Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back up. I am your host, Phontomen, and welcome to Ace Combat X, as soon as I actually drop the stop card. Right. There's that wonderful two fucking confirm buttons. Guys, I know the PSP has too many buttons and not enough of the ones you want for an Ace Combat game, like, you know, the other analog stick, but come on now. Alright, so we're back and we've got a couple more missions to do here, but unfortunately this means that we're going to be running through the campaign twice. Because the hitching point is the second act, because there's two variations that you can't do at the same time. One of them requires you let the Skillia unit get to the radar site on top of the mountain, and thus adds difficulty to that mission. And one of them is you kill them immediately. So, yeah, this is going to be kind of an issue. However, there's also, past that, there's liberating the capital for the third revision of that mission, and then there's the boat mission that we actually missed for the final game, final part of the game, because I listened to Kagyusha giving unsound advice and skipped that mission. We could have gotten that before, and there was really no downside to it, but I rushed to the end of the campaign the first time, and so we actually missed that, 14B, which is engage the ships, or rather, the island, fortress, the one with the exploding hangars, after the ships have gone. We could have got that the first time, but, I listened to people who were giving me kind of terrible advice. I mean, it works for them, however, it means that I accidentally added another playthrough here. But okay. So, where do we begin? At the start, I suppose. Because, we're going to need to. We're gonna need to have to play through the whole fucking thing again. The missions for the first act are all cleared and all revisions, so we don't need to worry about any of them. The problems start in the second act, so we're just gonna be breezing right through the first act, doing whatever the fuck we want. Probably fly some of those planes that we hadn't actually flown before.
Okay, we've got news.
So it's sitting ducks thrice upon a time, soon to be 4. Because we're gonna have to come back here and do this again. But okay, so we still have a handful of planes that we don't actually have access to, which is unfortunate. We've got news. What do you mean, news? I suppose I could just play the active here, because, well, we're gonna be playing other planes, but damn it, let me actually live out literally the Servant plane. Because, funny enough, this is, as Tarot drew it, a Servant F-15. And funny enough, you could still conceivably update the F-16 or the F-15 with this upgrade package, even though the active component of this actually obsoleted the 2D engine nozzles. So, those are 3D, and these are only 2 dimensions, up and down, side to side. However, see, here's the thing that this program didn't really account for, that someone else did. The Raptor has similar engine nozzles to this, and they actually have a very interesting feature aside from thrust vectoring. They narrow the engine exhaust and keep it behind the plane for longer. This means it's actually kind of difficult to get a front aspect IR lock on a Raptor. So, those aren't the Raptor's nozzles. However, you could conceivably slap those on and still make this a compelling upgrade package for F-15s. Neat little side note. It's not just a funny obsolete plane with canards. You actually still probably could make a case for updating the EXs with this package, if you wanted to. They would actually do something important. Granted, it's not impossible to get a front aspect lock on a Raptor, it's just slightly harder, and, well, if the Raptor's in that position, he's fucked up. Somebody fucked up. Well, we're actually probably gonna be using the F-35, honestly, because we kind of missed that.
We'll show 'em what we got.
Oops.
After all, we're really
I probably should have waited. Well, I'm sure those AMRAAMs will just kind of pick up someone. They'll probably acquire somebody out there, right? Wow, he just kind of appeared out of nowhere. Wow, okay. Bye. Also, it's a matter of you can front aspect them before they front aspect you. That's actually the point. So they actually have the ability to suppress the IR signature enough to actually matter in that situation, which isn't really all, you know, with the whole stealth gimmick, but could help you in a dogfighting situation, as would the canards, you know, for an F-15. You'd still have to figure out exactly where you're putting the gun on this, but this is not entirely obsolete, or at least not entirely obsolete as a concept. So the major advantage is, you know, short takeoff and landing. However, this design isn't actually as dead as you might think it is, which is actually kind of nice, because then I can cram it into my fiction and I don't look retarded. I do like this plane. It's the villain plane, but I just kind of like how it looks, and I kind of accidentally got attached to it. Clearly what we need is we need to combine the EX and this thing together for 1 billion AMRAAMs. 1 billion AMRAAMs. Huh? Wow. I actually managed to take them all out before the other ones spawned at the airbase. Or rather, did I kill them all that quickly? Wow.
Every last one of them didn't even break a sweat. Next one, what do you say we head to the capital and take her back right now?
I would. It would help me with my plans.
The mission was a success.
So actually, I must have been, well, I have been dilly-dallying in that first part of the mission, but yeah, no, we were just so hyper-efficient that I was getting into the B7 or B-52s that spawn after you kill the ones, you know, after you kill like the first 3. So I just ran right fucking through them, which is exactly what I would want out of the Servant F-15. Hooray. However, we have to fly other planes now. I can't be in the villain plane the entire time. I already did my skill thing. It took me 3 tries, but I already did the skill thing. We're done. There are other planes to fly, and we have plenty of money to buy them. Though I have to admit, the only weakness of this game is the story, I think.
The Gleipnir was last confirmed.
I'm not quite sure how we're gonna take out the Gleipnir this time, but we may just let it get to the capital, because that was actually somewhat faster to deal with than the, well, actually, yeah, it is. But then again, we still have to go over there and have to deal with the escort mission, so maybe just, yeah, no, maybe actually taking out the Gleipnir first is probably a better idea. But the one thing I think is the weakest about this game is the story. It's just kind of adequate, which... It's still an Ace Combat game, so adequate is actually still pretty fucking good in terms of, you know, comparison to other games, but there's just no lasting meme here, I think, aside from Nemesis. There's no magic here, or very little of it, I think. However, in comparison to that, this is one of the best gameplay experiences, you know, for playing this game in terms of aircraft selection and just shit to do. Replay value especially. So, I don't know. The story needs some help here, or rather needed a certain magic that just isn't here for me. Like, this is, there ain't no lasting appeal of this out of, like, say, the Holy Trinity of things. So I think that's the only real weakness of this game. The story is kind of forgettable for Ace Combat games. It really is kind of sad, because I feel like we could have had bigger memes. The Gleipnir flipping is fucking hysterical, and that's probably the most memorable point of this game. But there's just something missing here in terms of, like, the story and, you know, how the game plays out. Gameplay-wise, this is actually what I would like to, you know, an Ace Combat game to be, and I think this has, like, by and large, one of the largest airplane rosters of any game in the series, too, which is something. It's just sad that there's no
The
real
airborne
humongous
force,
fucking
even with
memes to
you-
attach to this. Like we don't got anything of the caliber of, like, say, 8492 or Belka did nothing wrong. We don't have something like Torres or fucking Mihai, Shalaji, a billion different surnames. We definitely don't have something like Ace Combat 3 because no Ace Combat has anything like that, because they couldn't really reasonably do that anymore. It didn't make enough money, and the publishers, well, wisely dissuaded them from going that ham on things. We'd like a story, but the problem was that at that time, nobody, well, the Japanese audience, the Western audience kind of did want this, but the Japanese audience didn't want to be interrupted by a cutscene every 5 minutes to have this plot thrown at them. They wanted to fly around and shoot planes like it's Ace Combat 2. That failing brought them down to reanalyzing what they were doing, and this is why we have Ace Combat 4 in the state that it is, and Ace Combat 4 is the beginning of the standardized gameplay. So, they had to learn what was too much, I think. However, we've grown in sophistication that I think we could now actually handle an Ace Combat 3, and from a technical standpoint, we don't have to have the missions interrupted every 3 seconds by a loading screen. Well, Gleipnir's only flaw is the shock cannon was not mounted in the front of the craft, I think. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what they were intending to do there with the whole aliens super, belly-mounted cannon there, which I'm fairly certain that's what they were going for. It's an alien, well, actually, it's a, whatchamacallit, it's an Independence Day reference. I think that's what they were going for. Alien, I'm an idiot. But I think that's actually an Independence Day reference. It's sad that we don't have someone ram into it. Maybe that would have been a little bit too on the nose. But, wow, the aerial command cruiser design continues to be impractical. Shock. It's almost like this is like, what, the 4th fucking time? You had the XBO, you had the Igaion, you had the Igaion support craft, and then you have the Gleipnir. So that's at least 4 different instances of the XBO design concept being terrible. There's probably more that I'm forgetting, though. So, okay, so let's actually play some aircraft that we didn't actually play. Like, for example, let's actually get that F-35 in here for the sake of it, honestly. I probably should be buying all the planes, but we're gonna need money afterwards. So, F-35, what the fuck do you do well here? Also, the airship from Ace Combat 3. Ah, yes! The Ouroboros blimp. I forget its exact name, though. Oh, right! The first game has an aerial command cruiser, too! That's where the meme started! No! Okay, 5 times. Technically 6 if you count the blimp. X2, we'll see, because I haven't played X2. But no, the aerial command cruiser has actually been a series-defining meme since the first fucking game. I keep forgetting this because it was actually kind of a shock. That's the first super weapon boss ever. But okay, so what do you, oh god, the sawed-off. And those incredibly large Mavericks that I don't think would even fit in the bays of an F-35. And quick maneuver missiles. Okay. Well, we're gonna be using the sods. We'll probably, yeah, so this is a ground attack mission, so we'll probably bring the sods. Though, where are you putting the sods, F-35, son? F-35, Chan, where are you putting those dispensers? Your bays aren't big enough. Where are you putting those? Also, the not Igaion things in Affinity. Yeah, the Moby Dick, which it's kind of just the Igaion model used again, so I didn't really count that, and that's also real world merging into Strange World, which was fucking weird. It's a shame that we'll probably never see that campaign again. However, it's not really a loss. It's not really a tremendous loss because in the end, that was only 8 missions. It's one of the shortest Ace Combat games in existence. And really at the end of the day, it's only the greatest hits of other Ace Combat games. However, for variety's sake, it would still be, it's still nice to have. And then on top of that, you had Infinity's astoundingly large plane roster from every fucking game. Unfortunately, the rumor has it that all of that shit was deleted out of publisher doctrine for something. Also, fuck. I can't lock on to the planes even though they're on the ground, which is kind of annoying. Ah, goddamn it. F-35, please. So yeah, Ace Combat Affinity, if all of those assets are lost, that is a damn shame. I don't think anyone's gotten a straight answer out of Kono, though, or anyone else. It would be absolutely awful if all of those assets and everything in it got deleted because Blamco didn't want anyone making money off of the thing that their failed free-to-play game didn't make money. Even though they have the rights to it, so obviously at the end of the day they would be the ones making royalties. I don't know. I don't quite believe that story because it's so fucking stupid that it's unbelievable. However, life is stranger than fiction sometimes. Some people are just absolutely fucking retarded like that. So what I'm hearing is go give Kono Senpai a visit. Quick in and out 5-minute adventure. Well, Ace Combat Fan should have probably asked that when, you know, he actually got a fucking interview with the man. But maybe one day we'll learn what the fuck happened to Ace Combat Affinity aside from obviously the free-to-play game didn't work. You can honestly, I never got to play it because I didn't have a working PS3 at the time it was actually active. However, the whole gimmick was you have limited missions per day with a fuel gauge, and you actually have to pay in to get more fuel. Which actually sounds incredibly fucking annoying. Even though that sounds like a sensible idea from a development standpoint, you're stopping me from playing the video game, you assholes. And apparently it wasn't all that good. You know, there wasn't really that many missions, it was actually pretty restrictive. Although, it apparently did improve by the end of the game's lifespan, the game still fucking failed. This tells you everything you really need to know about everything, because at the end of the day, even though the game improved, it failed to garner a fan base or enough money to continue existing.
Retreating Lesaf forces have abandoned...
Yes. No, Kajusha, I don't know what your joke is. Right. No, right. So what's the next part of the joke? Does Kono Senpai turn himself into a pickle? Does Mobius 1 turn himself into a pickle, and is it the funniest fucking thing we've ever seen? Okay, so, well, that's the F-35. I mean, we'll play it probably once or, you know, play it once more, but there's plenty of fucking planes to be playing here, like, holy shit. Let's pick up, the Rafale, because Rafale. Let's just pick up a bunch of fucking planes. Did I buy the quick maneuvers? No, I didn't buy the quick maneuvers, and I haven't got enough money for them. What a shame. Okay, so... Yep. Well, we've got the anti-ship missiles, so that'll work. I don't know where F-35 is stuffing them. I don't know where F-35 Chan is stuffing those anti-ship missiles, but they're there. Do I need to step out for a bit? No, we're fine. We're not doing anything unmentionable here. Even though I think the standoff dispensers would probably be better. Yeah, no, wouldn't they be better? Hang the fuck on here. Wouldn't they be better for this situation? Because they could still lock onto ships, and thus spray... Well...
You are cleared for takeoff.
Actually, no. They wouldn't be. Hold on.
Griffith 1, altitude restriction.
Yes, I skipped the takeoff. I have committed heresy because I want to actually change the special weapon, because we don't really actually, we don't actually... we don't really use the anti-ship missiles all that much. If I could blow the ship up in a single shot, I'd take it.
Griffith 1, you are cleared for takeoff.
Oh, wait, no, hang on here. No, wait, no, you see, you see, I still fucked it up. We forgot to look at the skins, too, because we have them. Hold on. Excuse me as I try to enjoy the other parts of this game that I'm racketing through. I could play all of this shit on my own, however, it's only gonna be important now. Griffiths 1 takes off, calls for an emergency landing, takes off again, calls for another emergency landing, takes off again. Okay, camouflage. Actually, I only have 2. Okay. I thought I would have gotten more, but yeah, it's coming. It's all down to aces, I guess.
You are cleared for takeoff.
It's not quite a, the Dorito gradient. But now here we go. Now I'm ready for my debut, says the F-35. It's all flight ceiling, you just have to fly up. You can actually take off from the runway and fly straight the fuck up and complete that faster. Again, where are we stuffing those anti-ship missiles?
Crux to Griffith 1. Check your MPG on the right side of the HUD. The MPG will display the number of landing ships from the port. Please pay careful attention to the MPG during the...
All you need is a meat old balloon to shoot at. Once again, things that are going to be in the next Ace Combat. Iron Dome. References to Ukraine, if not the entire fucking conflict based around it. Shooting down balloons with a stealth plane. All of these will be absolutely present. Double points if Osea actually collapses. Because if you're smart, you realize in order to get to the whole corporate government system, your sovereign corporations system, Osea's gotta go immediately. Those are the first people that have to bite the dust. Hey! Oh, I had sidewinders instead of the anti-ship missiles. So Ace Combat 8 is gonna be a thing. I still want it to be, the corporate war, but not the simulation. So we can actually still have all of the nice things that we had about the corporate war, like General Resource and Newcom, Power for Life. So we can actually just have them, we can bring those meme-worthy things forward to a new generation. But I also, I also see some things coming that should actually be here. Yes, the Ghost of Kiev being, confused for 3 F-35s in a man suit. 3 F-35s in a Raptor suit being confused for the Ghost of Kiev. Yes, that's also gonna be there. It's just gonna be like the Sand Island Squadron, even though everyone thinks the Sand Island Squadron is all one dude. And for propaganda purposes, High Command tells you to shut the fuck up. I fell for that, we all fell for that, but goddammit, it was almost there. Come on, man. The first ace, a European ace since World War II, and pulling some Ace Combat shit, I defend my country from an overwhelming invading force in my single jet fighter plane. Come on! Yes! It was purpose designed to make us fall for that shit, but we fell for it. We're not really sorry. Propaganda's, misleading propaganda is still misleading propaganda. I will outright admit that. But damn, it was good misleading propaganda. We kind of wanted that propaganda. Yeah, we do. What happened to that anti-ship missile? It just kind of went and then slammed right into the water. Good that we're getting those out now. We're gonna need working ones for China. Haha, harpoons from nowhere. Although one thing we do have to test out, when we have the moment here, is we gotta test out that... Come on! Come on! God damn, I idle faster than him. Jesus fucking Christ.
Help me! He's right behind me!
Stand still! Good lord, that took forever to gain a firing solution. Okay, so, well, there's that guy. We want to speed run these, however, I need money. We need money for the military-industrial complex. Hey! You see, it phases right fucking through them. That's a bullshit thing that's only really in this game. That's one of the things that I understand for adding challenge, but also are bullshit. Missiles will phase right through people, and side aspect shots are awful in this game. In particular. That's something very distinct about this game. They nerfed your standard missiles into the fucking ground.
Get out of there!
Goes to show you that while these games are experimenting every single time we see them, there's always something different, and then it did it again. There's always something different about them. However, some of those different things and experiments are bad. That might be like an emulation issue or something like that, but no, legit, those missiles phased through things.
Enemy freighter destroyed.
Oh, hey! I followed the... I eyeballed it rather than looking towards the gun sight, and I actually got hits. Wing it.
Don't crash into our allied ship.
Sometimes you just need to activate the skill button. Uh-oh. Ow. See? I was about to say, joke's on you, I'm an F-35, and he still got a lock on me. See, that's the thing about this game. They give you a very long time before a radar lock turns into he's shot at you. However, the problem is that when the missile leaves the rail towards you, most of the time you're fucked. So there's no way to avoid it once you've been in that danger zone for, you know, some time, which is another thing that would be annoying. And even more so if you had to deal with this shit on, like, the PSP nub. Think about how much difficult this would be to control on that. Like, I've actually got this game on a, you know, I've changed the controls to work with a controller, which is far more accommodating than, you know, a PSP. However, dear God, every time, because, motherfucker, every time I think of the PSP nub, I think back to playing Ape Escape and it destroying my fucking thumbs. That was like the one game I seriously played. Actually, there were more. I'm gonna have to think. Because that was the first game I actually played on a PSP, and I played it for several hours, and god damn did it destroy my thumb. I could still feel it creaking when I think about it. It's like there's pain attached to that memory. It's horrifying. There were other things, but I'd have to actually think. What else did I have for the PSP? I can't really remember. The funny thing is, though, I could probably actually make a... Now that I'm seeing it, honestly, yo, looking at archive.com and all of the shit, I could probably actually make it. That's just another JA-35. Okay. Okay. That's just another Vic. But as I was saying, I could probably make a sizable number of streams dumpster diving for, abandonware games on archive.org. It'd actually be kind of interesting. I swear, I saw a fucking PS2 port of Mario 64, which I had no idea existed, and have several questions about. Like the time you burned your thumbs off in Project Wingman? Yeah, but probably even worse. Good lord, I forgot about that one too.
We've succeeded in destroying the...
And money. Even though I don't really have all that money. And metal, wow. I guess that was probably for killing people. Simple as that, really. Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights went... No, never. However, I did notice that there was a PC port of Silent Hill 2 there, up on archive.org. I didn't know that, I didn't know that existed, but we might actually go have a look at that, because I do actually want to play Silent Hill. I never got a chance to, and you know what, I kind of want to get back on, that horror train. Because that seemed to be doing well. No one seemed to care for me mocking the shit out of Dead Space's work-safe mode, but yeah, these are games that I wanted to play, never got my hands on, or was extremely timid towards as a child. Like, to give you an idea of how much of a scaredy cat I was, Resident Evil 3 terrified me. I watched someone else play it and I was terrified, even though... Yeah, it's not all that scary aside from Nemesis fucking hunting your ass down. That's still terrifying even today. But, wow. Silent Hill PC is horribly buggy. It's so much worse than the PS3 HD remasters. Ooh, I'd like to see it though, and it's also free. Oh, come on, play. Tim Curry even sings a song. Rest in peace, Tim. Okay. So, Divino, is it like game-breaking? Like, unplayable jank? Or are there just absolutely unfortunate events that happen? Because I think playing Silent Hill 2 with bugs might actually be, one, potentially even more terrifying, and two, even more hilarious in the obvious horror ham moments. Or mayhaps a wild ride with Mr. Yes, a wild ride with, Pyramid Head. Not that one scene, though. That one scene that actually activated the neurons of an entire generation of women. They won't say it out loud, but it actually happened. Blue screen of death buggy. Would that translate to modern systems, though? Okay, so what should we use next? Because we're gonna be doing Gleipnir next, I think, because we're just gonna get that out of the way immediately. Well, let's look at the special weapon parts for some of these aircraft. Semi-active. We actually haven't used semi-actives at all, so you know what? We'll use semi-actives. The fucking F-16XL gets the runway bomblet dispenser. Yet the Tornado, which is here, does not get access to it. What a shame. Omicron when? I do have that. We can play David Bowie's Magical Space Adventure. It is a thing, as far as I know.
The Gleipnir is now positioned above...
Apparently, in order to play Omicron, you need a strategy guide that's as thick as a fucking yellow page. Which, Jesus fucking Christ. But okay, so what's the alternate? Nah, that's the Rafale. Ah. I don't know know if these are going to help us against the Gleipnir, but they're probably better than nothing. We could probably at least stand a chance at engaging the Gleipnir from far off.
First Fleet to Third Fleet. Any sign of the Gleipnir? Third Fleet.
Last OS I got it to run was Windows XP set to France, because that disables all OS security due to France outlawing civilian access to any form of digital piracy, privacy, and security. Interesting. Very interesting. Maybe I should brush up on my French. But yeah, we haven't actually used semi-actives at all, so let's actually give that a try. Remember, it's just flood mode, so basically, it's a Sparrow, and the missile will go towards the loudest radar contact within the circle, which is just the target we fired at. This is actually a thing missiles can do. However, if this is an AMRAAM, we could also do the multi-target thing with the same missile, but Ace Combat's an arcade game, so they make different missiles do different things. So this is like the multi-lock system, or, the target queuing, ability of AMRAAMs. This is actually a thing the missiles can do. It's just that it's somewhat different. However, here it's a mini-game where just keep the man in the sights and the man is dead. This is actually, funnily enough, actually legit BVR combat in Ace Combat. The missile is basically guaranteed to hit the motherfucker. Ah, yes, now to sit behind the Gleipnir and shoot it a lot. I did get it to boot with Windows 7, but it crashed and corrupted my C drive after 10 minutes. Holy sweet mother of Christ. Maybe that is cursed. But... Zero plays. Zero plays as the Ace Combat protagonist sits behind a command cruiser that's invisible, shooting it with a Vulcan ineffectually. That's a GIF. Oh, an F-14D. Well, allow me to outskill you. Wow, maybe we should use these more often. Because at long range, planes don't really move around all that much. And the major problem is long-range accuracy, and the whole gimmick with these is you simply just look at the man, and if he's inside the circle, the missile is like 95 to 99%, sure to actually hit the target. Alright, now we gotta focus here. Come on, give me the fucking targets. Give me the targets. Give me the fucking targets!
Damn, he's persistent. Shoot him down.
Man, that is easy.
The Gleipnir is launched in SWBM. We think it's the same as the one used to keep on.
Good lord, I just actually hit the rim of it and it's good. Good lord. Man, these are good! Way to go, Sparrows!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, impact!
BVR in Ace Combat is actually using the TLS system in any game before 7. Yeah, right, obviously those are literally find the pixel of the man on the screen and watch him die horribly instantaneously. Remember when we were playing Ace Combat 5 and I took out, Grabok Squadron in a single pass? Just all 4 planes instantly dead by just sweeping the fucking beam across the screen?
Estimated time to impact, 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3...
Good times. And then we also immediately obliterated Solg frontally with it. However, unfortunately, we're only going to have a couple of missiles to do this. However, like I said, guaranteed kill. You just have to keep the missile in the target, and it will just magically find its way to the...
Airborne Fortress missile launched.
Okay, we got it.
The Airborne Fortress's SWBM has gone up in flames. Raise the engine output to max. We've got to escape.
Damn.
Estimated time to impact,
Like,
10 seconds.
Semi-actives are actually the super secret skill mode in a lot of games because they're actually, like, the whole minigame is keeping the target in front of you, and if you succeed the minigame, it will hit, no matter if it's an ace or whatever. So those are actually pretty reliable. It's just that you run to other options like quick maneuvers or, multi-target missiles or something like that. They're actually incredibly useful in basically every Ace Combat game. It's just that you have a habit of running to every other option before you really consider it. But really, they're extremely reliable weapon systems. But
We can't follow. It's unfortunate we weren't able to destroy the Glacier. However, this was a very important turn of events.
That a Draken? Nope, that's an F-16 XL. You know, that thing we didn't buy. That everyone likes to say is so totally awesome, why didn't we buy this? However, I'm not quite sure. I haven't really quite looked into the program specs here, but something was probably amiss with the whole F-16 XL. But, it's probably down to the fact that the F-16 was already damn near, like, bank-breaking in terms of expensive for us. The XL probably made that even more expensive, most likely. That's just off the top of my head. I know nothing about the XL program, though.
We have an emergency situation. The Miller unit has moved from Kings Hill for an...
Oh no, now we have to worry about collateral damage. Although we could just kind of ignore that and just... fuck it. Fuck all y'all, I'm
I'll
out.
go over the details of our mission to retake Santa Elva, a city vital.
Sir, this is not strategically sustainable. What are you doing? I don't care.
We succeed in retaking the city, our capital Griswold. It seems that the damage.
This is probably a terrible idea. And yes, Tanya, the F-16 XL for extra large. Big silly Delta Wing and, two-seater F-16. I know nothing about this program, but everyone likes to say this is like the, whatchamacallit, this is like the Avro Aero of fucking, like, American, aircraft design. The way people fucking talk about it. I don't think it was that good. I think there were probably critical flaws with it. I don't know anything specific about it, but we didn't build it, but people like to cry about how we didn't build it. I call it the Big D-16. Acceptable. Okay, so what do we have for... So, we flew that, we flew the Rafale, so we got multi-target missiles on the Rafale, it's just, wow, okay. The Rafale looks cool, however, is just the same shit we've been doing the entire time. We got anything else interesting we can buy here? Because we haven't actually flown the block standard F-16C. We flew the A-10. Didn't fly the Fulcrum. Or the MiG. However, I don't have enough money for the MiG. We're poor now. Okay, so what do we have for secondary weapons? Actually, semi-actives too. Okay, fantastic. Rocket pods and just dumb bombs, but interesting. Okay. Only reason the XL doesn't exist is because of the F-15E won the ETF competition. Oh! Well, okay then. Don't quite know. Don't quite know what it did better, but yeah, the Strike Eagle is a pretty respectable plane. Even though you probably could have done the same thing with the fast packs for a regular F-15, we didn't buy those though. But those are apparently coming back into style, so I hear. MiG.
I've got something on radar. The enemy.
Also, wow, okay, yeah, semi-active. Wow! Hey guys, we're playing War Thunder with R-27ERs!
For takeoff.
Mach 3 missile.
The optical camo.
actually... Whoa, it missed! Also, funny enough, that Mirage is actually also in War Thunder. Wow, okay.
That's our orders. I won't take responsibility if anything should happen. What's wrong? You're gaining altitude. God, the response is like it should. I told you, the repairs aren't finished.
Okay, motherfucker. You missed the first one, but now you're fucking dead. I'm gonna save those.
The Gleipnir isn't using the shock cannon. The SWBM has already been destroyed. Now's our chance. Finish it off.
Although, they're going to be bastards about this. But fine, run away. The missile will catch you. Wow, they're actually making me miss. Son of a bitch. Everything was perfectly fine up until they actually made me miss. Wow. Here I thought they were foolproof, but maybe it's down to the individual plane. Because I'm not quite sure what the air-to-air stat does, but this plane is earlier on the acquisition list than the F-15 or the F-16 XL. So that plane may benefit from better stats. I don't quite know how those stats work, though. Wow, okay, those are side aspect missiles that actually hit their fucking targets. What? Wow, amazing. I figured I was going to be able to catch up to the guy without braking, but I guess not. Oh well. Alright, time now to ruin the Glape. Did we find the pasta code that War Thunder guys stole from their BVR? Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, clearly. Gaijin based it off of this game. This game does predate War Thunder, though. So, yeah, that's clearly valid. Okay, so now we have to prune the bitch. Yep, put up. No, oh, no! Wasted shot! Oh, fiddlesticks. I thought I had more rudder authority to do that, but nope! However, the SAMs are having I don't even know where the fuck that SAM is, but it's having a terrible time actually tracking me.
It looks like we're gonna need more than conventional weapons to take the bastard
Hey.
down.
Bop. More than conventional weapons. They just ready more conventional weapons. Okay, I'll save a semi-active for, shooting the shock cannon. From as long a distance away as possible. And there are a lot more surface targets for him this mission. And that refused to actually turn into the target, and so did that. Amazing. I have no idea where that missile went, but it didn't come anywhere near me. We're just kind of casually hanging behind the bitch now. Can I splash damage? No, I can't. Okay, a little bit up, there we go. It's not the F-35. Hame, you missed the F-35. We flew it. Well, let's not slam into the back of it. Here we go. Thing's the MiG-35. The Super Fulcrum. The Fulcrum trying to cosplay as a Tomcat. Yes, okay.
What are you doing? can't!
Yes, I can!
You just sit here while we go down in flames? We just need to aim the shot cannon at the Southern Cross. I can't. The glacier will be torn apart. Out of my way. Get your hands off me. We're gonna die anyway.
This is my ship, and it's my wheel! And then the sound of about 1 billion dishes smashing in the mess hall.
Upside down. They're going to fire the shot cannon? They plan to fire it like that? Crap! Dive now! Hurry!
I'm alive. May I have the target for the shot cannon?
If you see it preparing to fire, fly to a lower altitude than the Glacier.
I'm actually hitting it from this far away. Ah!
It can't be. The airborne fortress is...
I actually stared the thing in the face as it fired and still got away with it.
The shot cannon has been destroyed! Engine 1, Engine 2, Engine 3! All engines are down! We can't...
Thus ends the aerial command cruiser again.
The Gleipnir is no more.
I speed ran the mission technically. Actually, that was speed running the entirety of Act 1, which is now... So how do we magically have control of everything? I don't quite know. So, we lost critical infrastructure, and all of that is now, somehow suddenly under our control. Everything's fine. Moving on to Act 2. So yeah, all those guys that are in the southern part of the yeah, fuck them. Yeah, fuck those guys. They're cut off, they're done. Okay, so, here's where things get interesting, because we need to actually do... I don't exactly know how to get the Skillia team to abandon all hope. So I know we need to beat mission 9 and 8 right after each other in order to unlock, I think it's 11B or 10B, one of the two. We need to do both of them anyway. So 9A and 9A and 8A. We've done both of these revisions. So I think doing either of these right after each other actually locks us in, but I think
We have obtained information.
we need to get up to the
from Santa Elva.
we need to get up to Monte Breeze too. So, also, hang on, but back out. Back, go to the hangar. We need to fly new planes. Okay, so what else do we have here? We haven't flown the Super Hornet. There's the flanker. We'll get to him in a bit. We've flown the Viper Zero. Right. The XFA, we fly the X-29. We have flown that too, and it's actually pretty good. There's the Strike Eagle. The Tornado hasn't been used. We bought it, and then we unceremoniously tossed it out. So you know what? Let's actually use that Tornado. Actually, no, wrong button. A-10, we're not gonna use the A-10. It had its moment. Get rid of the MiG-2. We've also used the Nighthawk. It was funny. The F-16XL we have also used. Rafale we have not. The F-35 we did. I'm not selling the active though. That's my plane. You never flew the X-2 yet. Oh right, yeah. There's that, and there's also a couple of other things as well. We still don't actually have the Falcon though. We have to do the other missions in order to get it. Okay. Actually, we have to back out in order to buy those. Special weapons. Okay, semi-actives again, and the counter. Let's give this a whirl. Even though this is the exact wrong tornado to be doing for this job, since this is a mostly ground attack mission. However, the jammer pod will be very useful. Okay. Ooh. We're gonna be seeing a lot of Sams here, so...
The target enemy destruction ratio will be displayed on your MPG.
Tanya,
Continue to
the
destroy
ship
enemy
girls of
targets.
Ace Combat look however you want them to look. That's usually the deal anyway. So if anything locks onto us, we press we press the jammer button.
Desolate place. Just wait a little longer. Reinforcements will be here before long with fresh supplies. Then we should be able to stick it to those Aurelians again. The enemy aircraft.
Wow, that doesn't actually last long at all.
Isn't that the guy?
I suppose that's an oh shit button, but not really going.
Just been waiting until now to strike. The enemy's not gonna die here.
That's really limited. It's only up for like 5 seconds.
Good too. No, helicopters don't stand a chance against their fighters. Damn.
Then again, really, ECM has never actually been good in most cases. Like, it's kind of okay in Zero, I think. Ace Combat 7, it has its uses. It's just that it should be more effective, but it never really seems to be. It's probably one of the weakest and most rarely seen special weapons. So, we know that ECM probably isn't going to help us in that big duel against an entire, South American country's Air Force.
Forget about the counterattack. Concentrate on staying alive.
So we probably could have picked a better plane for this. And it's dead. Okay, so according to Wiki, you have to unlock the Fenrir, you need to beat all the missions and then do one playthrough on Ace. Or it says just beat Operation X, so I'm not sure what it means multiple times or what, since Operation X is for the Falcon. Oh! That's how you get the Falcon. However, there's still a couple of other planes aside from that we don't have. The Falcon and the Fenrir are 2 planes. However, I think we get the thrust vectoring Berkut as well for one mission. I think that's the only other plane we haven't acquired. However, I think there's 4 left on the hangar list. I think. So yeah, we probably could have picked a better plane for this, an actual air-to-ground attacker, which is the Tornado. It's actually kind of a incredibly mediocre air superiority weapon.
I can't do anything.
Mainly used by countries who don't want to buy things like F-15s.
The maneuver is successful. Allies will be destroyed. Enemy fire overhead. I'm in.
Yeah, that's probably where that jammer should have been, or rather would have been useful. But you only get 5 uses of those. That's useless. Like, if you're diving into a ship, maybe, and you don't want to get smacked in the face. Maybe, but honestly, a better tactic would be just bring a whole shitload of standoff weapons. You're gonna run out of them eventually, but you'll run out of fucking ECM pods even faster. Ooh. That got close. He kind of point blank you on that one. True, but if I had the ECM pod, he wouldn't have been able to get to the launch phase. That's the thing about this game. The launching is very lethal. So if he sits there buzzing you, like now, it lasts longer than it typically does in an Ace Combat game. However, because of that, that's probably a gameplay thing, because they don't want you to be, straining your fucking thumbs on the nub. But it's kind of an extended check to get the fuck out of the way. However, if you're so brain dead that you don't get out of the way, or you can't get out of the way, you're probably gonna get hit by that missile that gets fired. And the game is basically telling you that's a skill issue. I don't really like that, but I can see how that change was necessary, I suppose, for gameplay, or rather, worth a shot. But more or less, you have an extended phase for radar acquisition, and then when the missiles are launched at you, typically they don't miss. And man, this thing's air-to-air is actually kind of terrible, too. It's actually got better air-to-ground range than air-to-air range, which is funny again. Hey! Holy shit, he viffed! You saw that shit! He just went vertically up to avoid the missile suddenly. That man viffed! Holy hell! We're dealing with pros here! What the fuck was that? That was a viff, sir. He just spun the nozzles down really quickly, and the plane moved up vertically suddenly, and that was actually enough to throw the missile off. That is what we call a viff. Or rather, what the Marines call viffing. Valid strategy in the Harrier will actually keep you alive. Oh, well. It's the stealth Doritos. The Black Widow is better! That's kind of basically just what the FB-22 is trying to be. It's trying to be the Black Widow. Son of a bitch! God damn it. This man and his viffing antics. I'm tired of it. Also, I'm almost out of missiles. Wow, the tornado is bad. Like, taking air-to-air ordnance probably would have made this better, but wow, the tornado is bad. I'm gonna run out of missiles, and the ECM was a joke. Lesson learned. I'm gonna have to gun this motherfucker down, because I'm gonna need missiles for those goddamn stealth planes. Wow, Tornado. I don't know how people were excited for you at all. You're a half-decent strike plane, I'll give you that, but... Whoop. We had just enough time to avoid that. Ow. Granted, my accuracy could be good, but honestly, I think you have to have really good accuracy in this game in order to hit people with missiles. Like, there's shit that you can't get away with in this game that you would in any other Ace Combat. You really have to be directly behind motherfuckers to guarantee hits. Even front aspect locks will fail sometimes. Or rather, you'll get one, and the other missile will just phase through the target. So the game really wants you to be directly behind the dude that's shooting him. You're trying to shoot. Like shit, even quick maneuvers seem kind of lackluster. Like, so they severely nerfed the all-aspect capabilities of missiles in this game. So you really gotta be on the ball with those. Or rather, you really gotta be sure. Which is rear aspect them. I don't know about the missiles phasing through shit. That might be a bug. Because on the ships, you clearly saw two Sidewinders go at each, through the target. Basically one, basically one on top of the other one. One exploded and damaged them. The other one phased right through the model and missed. You saw that shit when we were doing the harbor. You've also seen that shit a lot. I don't know what's going on there. That might be a bug, or it might be something that, sells the enhanced air-to-air computers. And hello, Dragon Lady. Both have iframes. Everybody has iframes. Everyone gets front aspect iframes, except you. Not you. You suck. Like that. I would have gotten that with, in another Ace Combat game. Like, both of those missiles would have curved in, and that man would be dead. Not in this game. Which is You know, it's a refreshing change of pace, I suppose, but if I wanted a refreshing change of pace, well, Air Force Delta Strike is still right there. We can boot that up if we want a hard Ace Combat game. And really anarchistic to play because no universal wallet, and you don't get to choose exactly who you want to play for every mission. On top of the game being actually kind of annoyingly difficult at points. Could play that if we wanted something difficult, but maybe later. Hell, shit, I don't even think I saved the stream of that. There's also a Robotech Battle Cry as well that I never actually finished because the audio was kind of dodgy and really painful to listen to. So maybe we could also do that and finish all of this stuff. Maybe I have more plane games than just the Ace Combat games. Plane games and existential horror. Well, playing games in gacha currently, that's what I'm doing. I will be, I swear to God, I'm almost actually, I'm almost at level cap with all of my identities in Limbus Company. I am not letting that shit fail this time. I will be on top of a gacha game. I will do it. There's also Blue Archive, which is also basically almost right where I want it to be. I'm level 69. Nice. Which is not 80, but it's actually, you know, respectably up there with most of the people who have been playing since launch. Also, I'm out of missiles now. I also cannot shoot down the missiles. Man, Tornado! You know, it's interesting to have you here, but man! Oh, okay, that was it. I didn't have to actually take out the antennas. Alright, fine.
The mission was a success. Good job, Griffith 1.
I am totally out of ordnance.
The concentration of enemy troops on the Kalana steppes has been eliminated, allowing us to concentrate
Underwater
on Santa
dogfights?
Elva.
That sounds fun.
We can now freely
Not
continue
underwater,
our
in
advance
space. However, unfortunately, we don't get to fly the propeller planes in space because they stop themselves. They actually stop the, you know, if you actually play that character, they actually stop his storyline before they go to space. So you can't play, you know, P-38s in fucking space, which is really sad, but they kind of, they knew. They knew that was too much. However, you do get to play 3rd and 4th generation planes with fucking boosters on it, like we're playing an old school shmup in 3D. It's definitely an interesting experience. Also, you fight giant robots too. Giant robots and fighter jets in space. Very few games actually have this.
Sachana Air Base for Mount Nevera. Unfortunately, radar interference has prevented us from pinpointing their exact location. But we believe they have abandoned the Kalana steppes to protect the Nevera jammer.
Okay, so here's the decision point here. Okay, 9B. Do we need to do 9B? Actually, yes, we do have to do 9B, I think. Are there 10A? We've done 10A. No, actually, no, we don't have to do 9B. We've got all that, I think. I didn't actually write that down, but hang on. Actually, I can't cancel. They won't let me out. Okay, so how would we do this? Okay, so I think doing this one after the other will unlock at least one of these paths, and maybe that'll tell us more.
To capture the capital is a success, we need to first take back Sachana Air Base.
I believe we've already done this
Sachana
mission.
Air Base is our country's largest...
Yeah, we've already done this mission, and oh, right, it's the escort mission. Okay. Okay, so... what mission are you trying to get? We need to get... 10B, 11B, and 12A. And I know you can only get 2 of those. So, one of these is gonna have to be done in another run, sadly. Okay, there's that. F-22. Ah, yes, the flat pack. FB-22, we have already used the the stealth Dorito for very terrible things that we're not going to acknowledge, but let's try the flat pack. We haven't seen you since Ace Combat 5. Quick maneuvers and long-range air-to-ground missiles. I mean, shh. This is an air-to-ground mission, so why not? We also get large bombs, which, if I remember correctly, were overpowered in Ace Combat 5 and probably still are. I'm tempted to see you play Cold Waters. I mean, I could. I've got the mods for it installed as well. I've got the dot mod installed for it, which makes it a very interesting experience. We can engage an American carrier task force and a fucking destroyer escort and win. Or I could play a, whatchamacallit, I could play a Ticonderoga and spit missiles at everyone. But hey, I kind of wanted to play Cold Waters and actually finish it ever since I got really fucking close during the vanilla China campaign, where I fucked up the last mission and that's it.
We won't be able to handle the enemies hiding in the forest, so we're leaving them up to you. Damage to the helicopter unit will be displayed on the MPG. Keep an eye on it. We won't be able to
It's got thrust vector.
them, so make sure they get there
I
intact.
don't actually remember the flat pack having that. However, what I do remember is the flat pack never got fucking... Well, actually, it did get finished. One prototype, 10 years after they built it. They had to ship it around to air shows in order to get fucking funding.
Here it comes. We're taking fire.
Wow, she's a turny motherfucker, though.
I can't get a fix on the enemy position. Cruiser squadron, we're taking enemy ground fire. We need backup.
Sir, I'm standing still in midair. Get on with it. I think I'm gonna stall like this, but I can stay here forever, man. I'm just turning on the spot, waiting for you. I'm gonna get fucking dizzy doing this. So yeah, flat pack. As I said before, one of those oops, we ran out of money planes in the late Soviet Union. Nobody really knows how good it would have been, but apparently it would have been totally cool had they actually had any money to finish it, which they didn't. Just like the Freestyle and the Su-47. So frankly, while they did get it eventually finished, for the most of its lifespan, it was basically a mock-up. Oh, okay. Wait, it's actually got pretty good stall characteristics, but it uses its... Right, it uses its, whatchamacallit, it uses its, flaps and its rudders to, you know, in place of an air brake, which is interesting. As you can see, the flaps turn inwards and the... Huh. Oh, Canards help with that whole low speed thing, but that's interesting. However, it probably wouldn't have been a very effective air brake. Yes, actually, we've killed... Well, we're probably gonna have to kill the Glapier one more time, but Ha may go right ahead. We have been waiting on that Gleipnir lore. Oh, shut up. I'm trying, sir. I'm basically standing still in midair. Those guys are destined to die. But yeah, this is a really turny motherfucker. And you got those square intakes. Firing sidewinders at dudes with RPGs. Yeah, you totally wouldn't have been able to get a lock on that. A lock on anything like that with a sidewinder. However, reminder that there was actually an air-to-ground sidewinder variant that was tested and was successful. They just decided, you know what, let's not do this, and then eventually Hellfire. Apparently it was an effective anti-tank weapon. And then there's also that one part from Vietnam where, you know, whatchamacallit, the dudes flying the F-5Cs got a lock on a fucking locomotive. And killed it. There was an F-5C in Vietnam with a kill mark of a locomotive on the side of it. Also, by the way, speaking of, as I'm, like, whatchamacallit, as I'm trying to find a spot to actually read Hame's lore here, I actually acquired, Ace Combat XI, you know, the iPhone game that's a companion to this. However, unfortunately, there are no actual iPhone emulators. They don't fucking exist, so there's no way to play it. I need to emulate or find some way to stream an iPhone of the iOS 4 to 6 generation in order to play it, which I think is so difficult it's basically impossible. Screen record iPhone. I guess, but you also I need to have an iPad or iPhone of the iOS 4 to 6 generation that has not been updated. So, that's gonna be a bit difficult. But I do have, effectively, the APK, or whatever fucking file format the iOS uses for its apps. We can play it! It's there. I have it saved. It was also on archive.org. Oh, god damn it! God damn it. Here I am talking and thinking, and this is probably one of the worst missions in the game. Purely because it's so staggered. And so Sam Bookman, this is a PSP game that actually has its textures upscaled, so you can kind of tell. It still looks pretty good for, you know, the original content, and more or less looks about as detailed as a PS2 game. But this is an upscaled and up-textured PSP game. Honestly, I find this this aesthetic, even though it's obviously clearly, you know, not modern, it's kind of inviting. It's kind of like Signalis. It's familiar. That may just be nostalgia on my part, but I don't know. I kind of just like this level of detail. Maybe it's modern video games and all their stupid political bullshit making me think that photorealistic and modern gameplay are, you know, one-way tickets into a bad time for the most part. Huh. Maybe just by looking at the lower quality video games, I'm reminded that, oh right, this is when video games weren't shit. Maybe that's what my brain is doing. That's not entirely 100% accurate, but maybe that's what my brain's doing, right? Maybe I see, like, Horizon Zero Dawn level of details and go, ew, modernism. Ew, modernity. Contemporary game design, everything. But nah, fuck that. Nah, fuck that. Give me high frame rates and, you know, kind of shoddy looking textures. As I said on Twitter, I was struck the other day by the masculine urge to buy a CRT monitor and play old games at high frame rates and high refresh rates, with my eyeballs touching the screen. Something was calling me back, and I was listening. However, unfortunately, good CRTs are rather expensive. Sam, I find every excuse to rant ever, so you're just adding variety to today's rant. Don't worry. Tell Mark to drink for my share for me. Oh well, they can do whatever they want. I had my drinking on St. Patrick's Day, and I think that's gonna be enough for me. Enough for me for a while. I got a lot of important things to do, and I can't be sitting here not working with a hangover. Whoa! Yeah, this is... Actually, I'm getting into oversteer problems. Man, I'm just using planes for all the wrong purposes. The issue is modern games being inferior in quality and variety to old games. I get most of my entertainments from good old games or indie games these days, which is effectively the landscape of video gaming currently. The only people that are actually producing new content that's actually worth a damn is typically the indie developers. Everything coming out of AAA studios, at least in the West, is garbage for the most part. You still have AAA games coming out of Japan that are pretty good, because they're not retarded. However, we are really, like, we were doing it before, and now it's gotten even worse. We are compensating for novelty and originality and actual competency in game design for shiny graphics that really are just being used on terrible games. They're wasted. So honestly, I feel like, you know, if I was going to design a game, honestly, I'd probably design a game that looks like this. It would be stylized and, you know, it'd be competent, you know, in artistic choice for the low level of detail. However, this is probably what I do, because honestly, I just don't, like, photorealistic graphics are all attached to terrible games, not like I can replicate them anyway. I mean, if you're really slick, you can get really good-looking indie games, but honestly, they're more a marker of something probably isn't right here, in my head. So if I had my choice, I'd probably make a very low, like, not low detail, but kind of early PS2 sort of detailed game. This would, you know, make development smooth and relatively easy. But also, it'd be nice for my eyes to look at, because, really, fuck everything modern. And not just like being a hipster, it's all demonstrably worse now. So there's really no saving grace. Oh, it looks good. Yeah, the thing it's depicting is terrible. So what's the point? Realistic quality also, they need more time, more effort, more manpower, and more money and more anyway. Things that could go into actual gameplay part of the game. This is entirely true as well. They require lots of money and manpower. The only problem is, all of that gets put into shiny graphics, and almost none of it actually makes it into the game part of the game. And especially the writing part of the game too, which is another incredibly bad area for these games. They're all written by idiots. Or people that have been told and actually believe that they're better writers than they actually are. And then whenever the fact that they're not actually good rears its head, they scream, cry, and run to their safety blankets and, you know, self-esteem teams.
AA guns
people actually think they're doing, you know, people a service by, basically being, like soldiers against hatred and trolling and whatnot. But no, some of that's actually necessary in order for you to realize how much you suck and then improve upon it. That's actually a necessary part of improving. You can't hide from that shit. Sure, you can soften the blow. However, if you soften it too much, you'll never acknowledge the mistake, and you'll never get better. And plus, people have no fucking sense of humor these days, because comedy is offensive to these people.
The helicopter unit has landed at the base. The mission was a success. The helicopter unit is securing the base. Please stand by until they finished.
What? I get that. I enjoy indie games I can dive into lore for, like Lobotomy Corp. Hint, cough, cough. Yes, Sam, we'll be getting back to that one after I utterly destroy Limbus Corp. And then also play finish Library of Arena, because I haven't actually finished Library of Arena yet. I was doing that, and then I was planning to finish that before Limbus Company came out, and that didn't actually work out. However, I'm at least absolutely on top of Limbus Company. I'm level 57 in the Battle Pass.
Griffith 1, begin landing checks.
I am absolutely on top of that shit. I am going to destroy the first event when it rolls in. However, unfortunately, I've kind of neglected the other two games in the series, even though Lobotomy Corporation has a lot of major flaws that honestly almost make the lore dumps in Library of Rowena a better stand-in for actually playing Lobotomy Corporation than actually playing Lobotomy Corporation for its lore dumps. However, sometimes you have to suck in order to get better at something, even though I try my hardest not to suck ever. However, my problem is I can't really get people to proofread my shit, and I know I need to sometimes. And then also there's the energy of getting up and coming up and dealing with all of that shit, in addition to doing the, the stuff that makes me money, like the stream that you're watching currently. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten to the point where my writing is my main bread-winning source of income.
You're pretty good, sir. Stand by and prepare for your next sortie.
I still like Lobotomy Corporation, however, unfortunately, it's almost, you want to play it for the sake of actually playing it, it's not very good in certain aspects, and Rowena fixes most of those. Limbus Corp has, well, the gameplay is kind of weird, but it's also changing rapidly, so it may evolve very quickly into something that's actually damn good. Maybe not perfect, but damn good. But we'll see how Limbus works out. The writing in Limbus is fucking fantastic, though.
The helicopter unit has brought Sachana Air Base under...
However, there's no shortage of things I need to do here on the show and elsewhere. In my defense, things did not go very well for me in the having time to do all of these and having breathing room, so... Yes, I could be labeled incompetent for some of this stuff. Wow, look at that tight fucking circle. Man. But, as I was saying, I could be labeled incompetent in some of these cases, however, I also had a large swath of shit just not go my fucking way. I would have done everything that I said I would have done, I was going to do, when I said so. When I said I was going to do it. However, well, I'm only human, and there's only so much, so many hours in the day, and only so much energy in, a human's veins to do things, but, well, shit did not work out. Lore reading time? I have to scan back up for it, but yes, lore reading time. Okay, so a lore reading on the Gleipnir. The Gleipnir was an advanced aerial warship equipped with optical camouflage that was created by the Democratic Republic of Lasath at the end of their civil war. It was deployed during the Aurelian War during which it ruled the skies of Aurelia through fear as an invisible, omnipresent threat. It was shot down over Santa Elva by Griffiths 1 in canon. The Gleipnir was developed in the aftermath of the Leseth Civil War under Diego Gaspar Navarro's direction. Sir, villain that is really important to the story that doesn't actually really do anything. Or rather, do anything on screen to you. It was developed jointly with the super aircraft Fenrir, being designed with the secondary purpose of obtaining battle data to refine the fighter's advanced weaponry. Do you really need a giant command cruiser to gather combat data on your super awesome tech demonstrator? Wouldn't you just be able to do that on its own? The Gleipnir was the second giant aircraft created by Leseth, being preceded by the Gandir, its own prototype. A week prior to the invasion of Aurelia, Navarro personally designated Captain Frank Burlington as the commander of the ship. Okay, so commander by appointment. Gleipnir's firepower proved to be so overwhelming it is enough to conquer most of the country within 10 days. The psychological threat of its SWBMs proved to be able to make the Aurelian capital of Griswold surrender without a fight. Terminus Island, an island near the Antarctic Circle, was home to rich Aurelian oil fields, making it a prime spot for the fortress's home base. Yes, so that's the Arctic Circle down there. So off the coast of fucking Argentina. A couple days after the invasion began, the Gleipnir launched, Jesus fucking Christ, this is a lot, launched an SWBM at Griffith Squadron in the aftermath of a failed Leseth bombing attack on the Aubrey Air Force base, killing most of the unit's members. The event was witnessed by civilian crowds around Cape Aubrey and led to a severe reduction of Aurelian air power. However, despite the disadvantage, Aurelian troops managed to capture Puda Base in Port Patterson, beginning a new offensive against the Leseth invasion. During this time, the Gleipnir relocated from Puda Base to Terminus Island, where it began providing support for Leseth troops that were hunting the survivors of Davis at the Davis unit at Stan Canyon. This is the canon line of missions. Oil, you say? Where is Osea? Not here, however, this is South Osea. As the Aurelian counter... Actually, this is after the Lighthouse War, so I don't think Osea is really in a position to really do very much currently. This is a year after the Lighthouse War. So, Osea has manpower shortages and also that whole thing about all of their satellites going kaput. So, Osea's not in a great situation to do fucking anything. As the Aurelian counteroffensive continued, the Davis unit was rescued from their Leseth pursuers. Following this, the Gleipnir once more relocated, this time from Terminus to Santa Elva, a city that served as a vital transportation route. Due to the Aurelians' lack of knowledge regarding the existence of the shot cannon, it was decided to assault Santa Elva with ground troops, and they all instantly died. The results were disastrous, as the Aurelian reconnaissance unit was annihilated by Gleipnir without warning, and the airborne fortress proceeded to attempt an attack on the remaining Aurelian units following the evacuation of Santa Elva of all Leseth troops. However, the Aurelian ace Griffiths 1 evaded the fortress's attacks and disabled its camouflage systems by shooting it repeatedly in the back with a Vulcan. Proceeding to destroy the SWBM, launching ports in desperation, Burlington ordered the ship's crew to fire the shot cannon at Santa Elva, intending to deal one less blow to Aurelia, whatever country we're defending today. However, Griffiths 1 destroyed the cannon, causing the Gleipnir to plunge into the Lanao River, miraculously avoiding serious damage to the city, aside from a bridge that was destroyed by Gleipnir's massive wing. Some of its crew survived the crash and were taken prisoner by Aurelian ground forces. Wow, that is a lore dump. You say that, but only 1 year later, Trigger is still around. I don't know what the fuck's going on over there, but I don't think Osea is in a position currently to actually do much intervening of anything. Okay, so 11B. Right, so this is actually going after... Okay, so... I'm not quite sure. Actually, we'd have to... Huh. I'm not quite sure how you get 12A, though, but we have to do 11B. Which is Mount Nevra, but there's AA units alongside all of the other shit in the canyons, which, if I understand this correctly.
LASAP has taken advantage of Mount Nevra's height and built a large-scale jamming station with enough power to switch an array of high-performance sound. You're done for the second you high-performance. We must first therefore
The high performance.
one complication. Intelligence reports that the elite Skilla unit is stationed here. Stay alert and don't let them catch you off guard.
Okay, so we're going to be walking into a whole
Transmitter's power
shitload of
output will
things.
be displayed on your HUD.
The Gleipnir is a very
Nature of the
fascinating
power
airship.
output is at 0.
Well, frankly, honestly, it's still a development of the aerial command cruiser, which is a development of the XBO, which, well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are again. This is probably connected to the Balkans. Maybe not designed by Super Grunder here, who is still in business. They might have been they might have been shuttered after the Lighthouse War, I think. Funny thing, Goon, it was considered an airborne fortress rather than a heavy command cruiser. Well, heavy command cruiser was the designation, what's their fucking faces? Lack of ability to house airplanes. Right, so I suppose that's technically true. But heavy command cruiser was, what is their fucking names? Yeah, right, the Estovakian designation for it. I don't think the XBO was designated anything like that by the Balkans themselves. I think they also called it an airborne fortress, and that could still actually house aircraft, to my recollection. So that maybe, yeah, that's probably Project Aces being kind of wishy-washy with their fucking designations. But this is all most likely a Balkan plot, or Navarro got the design plans that eventually became the Gleipnir from the Estovakians, or there's probably a Balkan scientist or two running around. Oh no, the XBO was considered a heavy command cruiser. It's the first. Right. But I think something tells me they use the airborne fortress designation somewhere in 0. I'd have to double check, but strictly speaking, they're all the same aircraft. The Gleipnir has the aircraft carrying capability stripped out of it. However, effectively, we've been fighting the same fucking design 3 times at this point in this universe. Also, it actually let me leave. Wow. Okay, so actually no, I can't get out of here, but 11B. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna employ one of the strange room plans.
LASAP is...
It seems that every nation can only house one of these kinds of cruisers. Ah! Except the Arcbirds. Osea could apparently deploy 2 of these. And yes, the Estovakians went fucking bankrupt after that whole, meteor strike thing. So also, in addition to that, the Arcbird is actually, or rather, not the Arcbird, the Arsenal Bird, right. The Arsenal Bird is actually an XBO derivative as well, so actually that's 4 fucking times we've been fighting this thing. 5 if you count the one we poked a hole in. So yes, we fought both of them, so that's actually 5 times we've actually fought XBOs. Or XBO derivative aircraft. So actually what we have to look into here is parts, because I think we'll want some pretty heavy ACM jamming. Lock-on disruption, radar, enemy missiles, enemy lockout. What's the difference here? I don't know which would be better, but obviously one's more expensive, so I suppose getting a lock at all, or making it so they can't lock us until a certain different distance? We're gonna get probably pretty fucking close. So maybe we'll want the second one. Granted, it seems the OC and Arsenal birds were a case of their military funding being funneled into a very specific thing, which is air defense of the space elevator, which honestly is kind of worth it. If it had not been hijacked by the Erusians. Well, yeah, I suppose so. If they wanted to specifically defend the space elevator against, well, Yuja was kind of a mess at this point. It always kind of has been a mess. And even up to Ace Combat 3, it still is a mess. So, I suppose you could make the case for the Arsenal birds being standing defenses for an extremely expensive public works project. Makes sense. And Osea would be the country to do it, because world superpower, Super Osea. Post ISAF, Osea was trying to get itself sorted out. Yeah, well, here's the thing though. Even before ISAF, Osea, probably the whole place was still actually most likely a mess. We have no record of that, but probably even pre-Ace Combat 4, it was probably a mess. Oh, speaking of which, haha, blue F5E. Oh, there are the texture errors. Oh no. Okay, so we're probably gonna need one of the... Oh lord. The jet black Fregata. Okay, we're gonna need air to ground, but we're also gonna need maneuverability. Why does the air to ground bar on the fucking MiG so goddamn high? It has nothing. It only has like iron bombs. Why is it so high? Okay, well hang on here. Okay, what supports the Super Jammer? Well, we could bring out the Wyvern for this, though it's probably not the most amazing use of it. Apollos, Fregata, Fornius, and Caliburn. Well, the Caliburn probably has the weakest air-to-ground of that, but of those aircraft, what's the best off the bat in terms of air-to-ground capability? In terms of how big is the Fornius? But then again, we might have been... Actually, we haven't tuned that. The Fregata is just really fast, and also kind of... Well, actually, not really all that durable at all. The Apollos is specialized for... Well, it's multi-role, not specifically air-to-ground. I suppose let's try the Fornius with this setup. See what we can tune into it. Okay, so... Cockpit, we actually need to go buy the Super Jammer. See, this is what we're going to be doing later on when we actually have to do Operation X. We're going to be walking in here and creating a very interesting build for this. Fenrir ECMS. Oh. I don't know what this does, however... Post-Continental War, there was that whole shtick with the Free Erusians. Continental War. A fun term that I borrowed myself. Where Mobius 1 basically beat their ass to the ground by just being a literal god with an F-22. Oh yeah, Operation Katina, or Cantina. One of the two. Yeah, there's that too. That's after that. So that's still a mess that never really calmed down, and I would honestly probably suspect that even prior to Ace Combat 4's events, the whole continent was probably still a mess of, common conflicts. You know, this whole, that whole Shalaji nation, that whole place that, doesn't exist. I think that was a victim of Ace Combat 4's events. But there was probably some pretty intense conflicts going on in the conflict already, and the one thing we have to consider about Ace Combat's universe is that since there are no nuclear weapons, or nuclear proliferation was shit-canned almost immediately. Yeah, guess what happened to Osea while shit was going down? The Circum-Pacific War. Wait, when? It's not here, because this is after Ace Combat 7. That's back then, but AC5. Yes, I know that's AC5's events, but what? So that's at the same time as Operation Katina? Because that's actually in the same fucking game. That makes sense. Man, I'm so lost. I know next to nothing about Ace Combat in general. Deep lore, man. Deep lore. The strange real world is a very interesting place. It's been, it's kind of filled out, in, bits and pieces here and there, and there's still a lot of major gaps in detail. Like, World War I apparently happened between Osea and Belka. We have no fucking idea what those events were, other than the Belkans invented the combat aircraft then. How that war went? What it was about? What happened really in it of any note? We don't know. All I know is cool jets go vroom and blow stuff up. Yes! That's basically just Ace Combat at the end of the day. However, the deep lore is pretty good. Right, so... As I was saying, we have to consider that since nuclear proliferation was shit-canned almost immediately, and was only a minor threat during the Balkan War in like 1995 or 1998, somewhere around there, nuclear deterrence does not exist in this universe. The grim result, even though the game doesn't really acknowledge it, is that you still have large-scale conventional conflicts happening like every other week. Because there's no standing threat that if you anger me, I will press a button and you will be fucking vaporized. Ace Combat 5 has a lot of anti-nuclear sentiment, and so does Ace Combat 0, and any other time a nuclear weapon comes up, really, in the Ace Combat universe, they're very quick to promote an immediate anti-nuclear sentiment, or, the anti-nuclear posture, to the whole event. The problem is, the game unintentionally acknowledges that without nuclear proliferation, boy howdy, there's a lot of wars going on still. And every time the game ends on a somewhat optimistic, idealistic note, like, I don't know, Ace Combat 5, which ends off, its prologue ends a year before the Lighthouse War happens in Ace Combat 7. Whoops. There's also another Free Erussia uprising in 2014. Yeah, I guess they never calmed the fuck down. The Slovakian Civil War was happening in 2007, so the world is actually straight up fucking burning. Yeah, no, this is the exact point that I'm making, Hame. We have these civil wars, disputes, and actual confrontations, not just internal disputes and nations breaking down. We have actual wars happening almost every fucking year, really. Because nuclear proliferation doesn't keep people in line. Osea still is going to be, intervening every 5 fucking minutes whenever it can. However, Osea has its own conflicts to deal with, and Ace Combat 5 is basically how Osea got false flagged into a war with the not-Soviet Union. We also don't actually know anything about the other continent that, whatchamacallit, the Yuktobanians. We don't know fucking anything about the Yuktobanian continent and what the fuck's going on over there. It's probably also a mess. Then the Lighthouse War in 2019, which at the same time Lithath is having a civil war. Yeah, welcome to this world. All I hear is Belka best nation. Cinnamon, that's the thing about this as well. A lot of these conflicts, or a fair share of these conflicts are instigated or heavily assisted by Belkan refugees that are pissed about the whole we don't have a country anymore. This was kind of Ace Combat 7's entire thing. The doctor at Ace Combat 7 was one of those disgruntled Belkans, was like, I'm going to undermine fucking everyone because I don't have a country anymore. I have this irrational, nationalistic, fucking defining trait that is Belka mad. The Belkan insanity is actually mostly written as a key point or a like the thing that starts the war, or pushes the war over the edge, or a major contributing factor to the war being pushed over the edge and actually happening. The Balkan Madness. So Belka, Russia basically? Actually, Sam, Belka is Nazi Germany in like 1995? That's the whole thing about Ace Combat Zero. It's World War II, but it happens in the 90s. So Belka is effectively Nazi Germany. Or rather, not really Nazi Germany, but really fucking authoritarian Imperial Germany. So, effectively what happens is, in addition to being paperclipped by other nations, which does actually happen, Belkan scientists disseminate through the world, rather pissed off they don't have a country anymore, and begin instigating wars by sharing Belkan technology and also getting involved in politics of other nations. Like, the final part of Ace Combat 7, where you fight the drones, is, again, legit instigated by a Belkan scientist that is more or less saying, we don't have a country, I have no horse in the race here, fuck the world, let it all burn, infinite drone army. That's the final battle of Ace Combat 7. Of course, the man's talked down, but at that point, his plans have already been set in motion, and even he couldn't stop it without the assistance of one bad dude in a jet fighter. But this is literally what happens every time. The Balkans instigate something. Because the scientists were super nationalistic. So basically, it's a worse Operation Paperclip because the scientists were super nationalistic. Yes, but Paperclip still happens because Osea kind of went in there and scooped up half the fucking country under the peace treaty there. You know, the one that the parts that weren't nuked by their own side. 7 nukes. It was justifiable. I have a question. When do we get to play as a Belkan plot? You see, that's very interesting. We haven't actually gotten to do that in an Ace Combat game. That's actually the one thing that we haven't actually gotten to do. We don't really necessarily play the sides with the super weapons all that much. Skycrawlers we did with the whole Wolfram, but we had to actually fight our own super weapons, so that doesn't really count. So, we actually haven't played the side with the super weapons, and you know what, honestly? Frankly, I have an idea rotating around in my head for how an Ace Combat-esque game, a Skycrawlers for my universe for Servant and Vosh would work. And since you're playing as the Servants, you are actually on the side of the hyper-competent egomaniacs with all of the super weapons. So, there's plenty of room for that, even though Servanus technically isn't Belka. The Belkan analog is the Einish, and, well, they get shit-canned because actual World War II happens. But that's the thing, I kind of unintentionally wrote Ace Combat, but you're on the Belkan team. Kinda. So, while they're not, you know, literally Belka, they do actually do a whole lot of things that yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, no, they do basically everything that Belka does. They're egomaniacs, they do irrational things for pride, even shooting their own men in the back, because pride, and well, actually, not for nationalistic purposes, they basically just all hate each other. Because I have to be better than you, I have to be the best, and so they get into fucking duels whenever possible. However, in the current war, they're still doing this with multi-million-dollar fighter aircraft, which nobody really fucking wants them to do, but they do it anyway. And then also, at the end of it, Servanus kind of nukes themselves and the whole world by accident. So yeah, maybe I did write Belka 2.0. They're not Nazi analogs, though. They're mostly sane up until the point where they have to compete with each other, and then things get a bit irrational, but not in quite the same way that the Belkans do, but... yeah, also, I could see 8492 as actually a servant squadron. Not, you know, disgruntled because they lost their nation, but... you know, just being a servant squadron that is just full of assholes that want to murk you because you're doing better than them. What a wonderful country I've made, and what a wonderful, sane country I've made. But anyway, I have rambled for like 20 minutes on this fact. I'm gonna get up and go to the bathroom, and then we're gonna actually put together the super plane for this mission. Ace Skycrawler's Belkin waifu. Something like that. But I have rambled for like 20 minutes again on my fanfiction, and also just, well, not my fanfiction, even though it's not actually fanfiction. It's only really inspired by Ace Combat, because I took a look at Ameria and Estovakia and Ace Combat 6 and looked at that and went, hey, wait! This is just NATO and Warsaw Pact. I could write this. And then use that as a basis for writing my own world in like 2014. The end of 2014. So it's not necessarily fan fiction. But it was mostly Ace Combat Deep Lore that we were rambling about, and I got fucking sidetracked because I always do that. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna get more coffee and more fucking water. We'll be right back. A good ramble is always a good time, isn't it? I'd like to think that people watch my stream for this. However, well, I do lose a whole lot of people with my rambling. But everyone likes rambling about Ace Combat, right? Did you add the colored smoke trails into your universe from Ace Combat 6 as well, though? No, I didn't. But I'll be right back. The Ukes lost 80% of their air force in a civil dispute. How? Also, I'm back, folks. But isn't it fun, sitting here talking about Ace Combat people? However, we need to get on with it. So I guess I'll walk and talk here. But the one thing I do want to highlight is that it is, a strange sort of dissonance in the Ace Combat series that there's such a very obvious anti-nuclear sentiment anytime the concept comes up. Because, oh no, it's the weapon of mass destruction! Oh no! How terrible! We have to stop it! But you see, here's the thing. Because nuclear deterrence doesn't exist in this world, because, like I said, nuclear deterrence, nuclear proliferation was shit-canned after the Balkan War, because the Balkans, effectively used nukes the first time in combat, and the world was horrified as they used 7 nukes on themselves, because they were insane, but I guess it drew a line in the sand pretty effectively. It was effectively Dougie Mack's plan, but it was like, oh no, like China invaded us from the Pacific, and we isolated the East Coast by nuking in a line the Mississippi River all the way up the fucking continent. That's effectively what they did. It worked. It was a really dumb fucking idea though, but it worked. But so, it's really rather a strange dissonance that because there's such a very obvious anti-nuclear sentiment in these games, alongside the fact that it unintentionally highlights the fact that without nuclear deterrence,
Have some bits for your ramble, John.
Thank you, stranger. Good. Thank you for the $5, stranger. But it unintentionally highlights what nuclear deterrence does in stabilizing geopolitics. It's basically like everyone pointed a loaded gun at everyone else's head, but because nuclear deterrence is so fucking threatening, it does actually do the thing that nuclear deterrence is designed to do. Stop fighting. Or rather, stifle fighting. So, this is kind of the strange thing. So without it, we have actually more conflict and more dying than what we would have with actual nuclear deterrence in this universe. But you see, here's the thing. It's more interesting like that, because while we do need to have idealistic notes and high points and values and morals to get across in our super awesome fighter game where you're a one-man killing machine in a fighter jet, we also need to have areas for other games to take place. You see, that's the thing. We have to say good things that mean things that have good values. However, we also gotta have another war next week because we have to continue making games in the series. So this is really bizarre sort of black comedy underlying everything in this series. Whereas, it wants to promote anti-war values and anti-nuclear values. However, it's keenly a game about glorifying, the military-industrial complex because haha, fighter planes are cool. And then also showcases the downside of not having nuclear deterrence, which is literally everyone declaring war on them every 5 minutes like this is like the 1600s in Europe. By the way, during the Balkan War, there was an insurrection in Usia in Scully Islands, which is the setting for Air Combat 1 and Ace Combat. Oh, right, yeah, that's Ace Combat 2 that was retconned into actually happening in Strange Real. And it's actually, the Scully Islands are really funny because if you actually look at a picture of Scully Island, of the air quotes Scully Islands, it's just Usia, but bit crushed. It's literally just the Usian content copy-pasted and made fucking smaller. I always found that, find that absolutely fucking hilarious. But anyway, let's create a super plate here instead of rambling my ass off. But it's fun to ramble about this universe. I like this universe. Strange, dissonant notes in the writing aside from that. Aside. It's not like I'm downing on it because it's bad, it's just that it's rather interesting to, to make these, make these observations about it, isn't it? We have a game that's, that promotes anti-war and, anti-war values, anti-war values and anti-nuclear values, however, unintentionally promotes, wow, isn't it fucking cool when you're basically a weapon of death in the shape of a fighter plane. It's also a power fantasy about giving you control of modern military tech and letting you obliterate everything in your path. It is effectively, as I now term it with my own writing, the servant power fantasy. Because at the end of the day, everybody's Vosh in contest to you. Everyone's stupid, has basically little to no awareness and very little, if any, ability to dodge your attacks, while you're basically superhuman in comparison to everyone else. You are the servant and everyone else is the Vosh. I suppose you could say that about any kind of power fantasy, but, well, that's why I kind of like my own memes, not just because I'm a narcissist. It's very easy to apply and glean something from applying it in other situations. But, okay, so what we need to do is we need to tune the Fornius by giving it that super awesome defense system. I have no idea what that's going to do. I really have no idea how effective that's going to be. I guess we're testing it, though. And for armor, we're gonna have to make up for the amazing drop in defensive capability. However, we could also just do stealth armor. Actually, yes, it's actually available on the Fornius. Huh. Granted, this will drop our defense absolutely into the floor. However, we're apparently going super stealth glass cannon. So we've got the jammer, which drops to the defense, and then the radar absorbing material, which drops the defense even more. However, this should mean that doing this makes us basically unlockable. We'll still probably get poked in the hole by, get holes poked in us by AA, though. That's probably a concern, but if I'm gonna be doing this, if this is worthwhile, we're not gonna get locked up by fucking anything. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have the tracker missile, which we have to sell some aircraft in order to buy. We need to liquidate the stock! I'm sorry, Tornado. Actually, I'm not really all that sorry. You're kind of bad. We could also sell some of the parts we're not using, but I'm trying to figure out exactly what parts we're actually using. Tracker missile. Scarface, there's that. We do have, the tracker missile is available on the Fornius as well. So that should give us more accurate primary missiles, so more accurate sidewinders, which hopefully means that they don't fucking miss every 3 seconds. Every time we try and shoot at something at side aspect. That's really goddamn annoying. Okay, apparently that affects all missiles. Interesting. Okay, Ramcoat, tracker missile, air gripper. We want low-speed maneuverability if possible. By the way, where are we in the Aurelian War at the moment? Since I could drop more lore, we're on whatchamacallit, we're attacking the Nevra Jammer, so we're midway through the war. So evidently, this is 10 days plus X into the war. Aircraft stability. Canard. We need something that's extra aileron. Not available on the Fornius. Thornback fin. Available on the Fornius, which actually increases the stability. Interesting. However, this means... Man, this thing's gonna be made of absolute glass. Okay, that reduces the speed, that increases... Well, actually, it reduces the speed and reduces our air-to-air. However, we've also taken steps to modify that, and it helps everything else. So, in this situation, we're going to be cruising at low speeds through a canyon, so we kind of want that. However, we could also offset this by just buying the super cool fucking engines, of which there are several. Advanced turbo engine, Minotaur engine, the scramjet engine, which phased, and the Hydra engine, which is also... Well, why would you... I mean, I suppose, like, the Hydra engine is better, but I guess you wouldn't get the... I guess this is kind of an acquisition thing, or maybe it's not... Right, this is available on the XFA, the Falcon, and the X2, and this is just the Forgotten. Okay, well, we already have the Minotaur engine, which does our job perfectly fine, but maybe we don't actually want to put that on there. I don't want to put the light engine on it. But then again, she's fast enough, I think. We can actually probably stand to tune this down and maybe gain a little bit of action. We're not getting any defense back. So maybe we could just kind of bring this down and, you know, maybe put the turbo engine on here to give us a little bit of wiggle room. Special weapons, though. What do we have available for special weapons? Multi-target missiles and then the self-foraging munitions, which aren't what I wanted them to be. But all things considered, well, they do lock on. And they are going to be... I don't have enough money for them, which means we have to sell some more things. God damn it. Okay, we don't need to flak pack, even though it was nice flak pack. We didn't actually use you for dogfighting, but it was nice. You got your screen time. This is a contender for... Okay, not sell, buy. This is a contender for what we're going to be using in Operation X, and if it doesn't actually work out, we'll just sell the whole fucking thing anyway. Okay. Now we're finally fucking ready to go here. Okay, did we get any neat camouflage? Well, the sorta not UPO skin. Sorta not. Even though we're going to... Well, actually, you know what? We probably shouldn't do that because we're going to a Snow White environment. Probably shouldn't be wearing Choco Chip. Okay, this is going to be interesting. And if this is going to work out, we've got the jammer and radar-absorbing paint. I don't want to be locked by fucking anything.
1 mile to refueling craft.
I want to be basically fucking immune to being shot at. Which is probably not going to happen. If I linger in front of somebody long enough, they're probably going to zap me. That's just a general gameplay balance. You will probably never get that sort of situation. However, I want it to be so fucking easy and take them so goddamn long to hit me that it's basically, like, I am functionally, practically invulnerable.
Griffith 1, maintain your current flight path. Perfect, sir. Commencing refueling.
Okay, let's get the fuck in there. That actually kind of looks like a refueling port up there. Okay, so there's going to be additional anti-air in this segment. So we gotta watch out for that. This mission has been kind of tedious for the most part. Also, we're coming in from a different angle. Interesting. Also, shit, we're gonna need unguided weapons. Oh, that was actually... Sir, you're a number station now. Okay, so, as we cruise through here, we have to be prepared for air defense units to just kind of pop up. Oh boy, that's a lot more plants. Okay, so what's our stall speed in this? Because we have stability up really, really high. Oh boy, wow. Okay, so like 150? That's effectively standing still in midair. Getting that any lower would be kind of ridiculous. Like, I still remember the Nighthawk hovering at like 80 speed during the Avalon run in Zero. That was incredibly funny. Well, I'm using the radar to do this, so that's not really that big of an issue. Right, so yeah, they're out there. They're having trouble locking me with their own jamming, but then again, I'm also, using a shitload of anti-jamming, countermeasures, so, maybe they can't really lock onto me at all anyway. I'm jamming your jamming. Ha ha. I don't know what that is, but I blew it up. I have no idea what the fuck that was. I blew it up. Got that one. That Canonical Griffiths one chooses a very specific... Well, there's gotta be one way of telling the story. You wouldn't be able to show up everywhere. There is that theory that Ace Combat Zero is effectively different showcases of something that Cypher did. Cypher did all of the routes. You just look at different ones. You like different points of the story are showcased. He just fought literally everyone there. You just get to pick which ones get shown to you today. And canonized that Cypher went Soldier Ace style for Zero at least. Oh, okay. Well, see, the thing is, you kind of Soldier, so that wouldn't be Knight. So he fought Geld? Ow, I'm dead. Good lord. But somehow the reporter gets to interview everyone. Yeah. See, as you can see, we're still getting kind of chewed up by anti-air. So while it may be canonized that he chose a specific route, obviously, with all of the recordings, he obviously spoke to, the reporter obviously spoke to everyone. And so it's valid to think that the routes don't matter. He fought everybody at any... Fury. Ah. Ow. Okay, so we have to find the other jammers, or the other power station, but who the fuck knows where that is? I'm fairly certain it's random every fucking run, so there's no real way of tracing it. You just gotta figure out exactly where the sites are. Might be over here. I don't think I've checked up here. Boy, that's a lot of stealth aircraft coming at me. Ah, there it is. Thank God for that. However, unfortunately, it's still going to be jamming the shit out of me, so sitting here farming this for stuff really isn't possible, which is kind of annoying. Where's that F2, though? Or maybe, no. Okay, so one thing I wanted to test is taking out the jammers actually fucking possible here. Because boy, that'd be helpful. Can I just take out these jammers? Also, those didn't now the jammers are the priority targets. So there's no real way of clearing the jamming and still playing the mission. That's kind of annoying. Also, these are actually worthless here because we don't actually have... Oh, Jesus. We don't have any way of really targeting these fucking jammers. Okay, good. Well, at least the missile tracking seems to be working a little. The problem is we're not really getting very good examples of that because we're As I was saying, we are getting, you know, jammed every 3 fucking seconds. Okay. Done. I'd farm this mission more, however, that's going to be an exercise in frustration, and it doesn't look like it's really worth it anyway.
We've destroyed the
That's
Nevera jammer
11B.
and freed up the airwaves. Now we have a clear view of Griswold and Monte Breeze.
Now, what did we get from that? New aircraft and new aircraft color. Okay. Okay, what do we have access to now?
We've succeeded in ending radar interference from Mount Nevera. This has allowed us to get a clear picture of Monte Breeze. LASAF forces have produced a new type of weapon and are making preparations to transport it to Griswold. Although the advance unit has already reached the capital, there's still time to stop the backup units.
Okay, so here's where the decision point gets kind of weird. Okay, so 12B. 10B. Okay, so yeah, we need to do 10B. That's actually one of the missions we haven't done. Break it, right. So I think if we do break it, we'll get revision A. I think, because that's 12B, we've already done that. We need 12A, which I'm not quite sure how to do. Aside from completely ignoring the Nevera jammer. But then again, if we don't do that, the Skillia unit gets to Griswold, and that's one of the other revisions.
Citizen morale is at an all-time high, with liberation corps forming throughout the country. All thanks to your heroic deeds, sir.
Aha, resistance.
Our beloved Aurelia, shattered by the LASAF assault, is struggling to once again become one. We must not let them down. With the destruction of the Nevera jammer, we have been able to ascertain the extent of enemy action here in Monte Breeze. This area is littered with industrial complexes which LASAF appears to have refitted as weapons plants to manufacture something of great importance. Transport units have also shown a lot of recent activity. When the Nevera jammer was destroyed, they abandoned the operation, taking everything with them. It seems that they have also rigged the factories with explosives in order to hide what went on there. There is no doubt that whatever they made, it was important. We must shoot down all transport aircraft and put an end to whatever the enemy is plotting.
Also, no, I did. The first time I did this, I did actually do the canonical rule. We took out the Skillia. Well, actually, we we hit the ground units, I forget exactly what we did mission 8, I think, and then the Skillia unit went to Mount Nevra, and then we immediately zipped up here and did the route where, the cannon route where you take out you take out the laser-toting fucking Globe Masters, with direction from recon. That means the Skillia unit was on Mount Nevra and then skipped over to the capital. That was the first time around. Okay, so let's give that Fornius another try here. However, we do need to see exactly what that new plane was. What was the new plane?
Citizen morale is at an all-time high with our beloved...
What was that new plane? What new plane did we acquire? Frigata, I think these are all, we already got this one, or rather all of that row, just checking though. I mean, Attacker, XL, Rafale, Typhoon. The other funny Rafale. Or rather, the Rafale and the Typhoon being effectively almost fucking identical, but wow, a Typhoon. Though still a constant in the Ace Combat universe. The fucking Jammer has an entire lore page. What the wow, okay. The Nevra Jammer has apparently there's just some in-depth stuff there. Okay, so this is an air-to-air engagement, so we're gonna, well, mostly an air-to-air engagement, so we're gonna take the multi-lock missiles. Even though probably something toting, semi-actors will probably do better here.
The number of remaining transport aircraft will be displayed on your HUD. Make sure you destroy them all. Is that it for the cargo? All right, let's get out of here. The enemy isn't far from here. On a factory explosive set. No problem.
Wow. That's extremely maneuverable for a Fox sound.
An uprising of Aurelian is nearby. We have reports that they are en route.
Well, at least he's taking a billion years to lock me over there, but apparently the long-range missile accuracy does not really help. So, it looks like it's, Oh, wow. Holy shit, did you see that? He's got attacker health, but okay. The short-range missile buff actually does shit. That would have instantly whiffed in anything else. Doesn't really seem to help the long-range missiles all that much. However, yeah, the Sidewinders are definitely more accurate. Something is attacking me. Or something's trying to lock me. But what is it? Where is he? No target. Oh, there he is. It seems like close-in missile accuracy is increased. Long range, it starts to drop a bit, but it seems like close-in missile accuracy for everything is increased. The multi-target missiles at long range seem to be a little bit iffy, as we saw by that first shot. Well, let's try that again. Yeah. I got one. So, not exactly fantastic. However, as soon as we get within range here... it tracked really well, and then it just kind of dipped. He just kind of stopped in midair, though, which was kind of bullshit.
Evasive maneuver successful.
Damn. You still want to be behind them. You might pull off some fancy shots, and I suppose, well, we'll see how this works out overall. Right? We'll see how this works out with, you know, just shots overall. But, it's not, making them instantly hit every single fucking time. However, we did get a hit that I really did not think we were going to get. Come on.
We can't let them stop us. Prepare the
the device. That's a laser.
They got one hell of a weapon stashed on board. Wow, he finished most of the job by himself. Crap, that's all of them, right? Affirmative. The mission was a success. Excuse me, hold on a second.
I didn't get the ping though.
Oh, did something happen? Bad news. The Liberation Corps train is heading for the factories.
What now?
Testing. Soldiers of Lasath, can you hear us? We are the Aurelian Liberation Corps. You've had your way long enough. Prepare to see just how dangerous we Aurelians can be. Danger! Withdraw immediately!
Is this the Cargina Express?
Leave the area immediately! Hey, do you think they can hear us? There's no response at all. Hacked into the Army's communications. You gotta switch to incoming transmissions or you'll never pick up anything. Well, it doesn't really matter, as long as they hear us. All right, we're heading for the factories. We'll steal additional weapons before heading for the capital.
They have bombs, though. They're rigged with you fools.
Stop the train! The factories are rigged with explosives! Clark to Griffith Squadron. The Liberation Corps doesn't know the factories are rigged with explosives. The distance from the nearest factory to the Liberation Corps will be displayed on your MPG. Protect the Liberation Corps. Destroy the factories along the railway before the train gets too close.
Okay. We're demining them. How? By blowing them up.
Onward! Onward! We'll steal Lasath weapons!
They have great ideas, however, no.
Just how pissed we really are. Warning! Stop the train and leave the area. Do you read me? Stop the train! Just as I thought. It's no use. They can't hear us.
Choo-choo. Choo-choo. You hear the fucking train horn in the distance? Very nice touch. Okay, we should be able to actually gauge this guy even with this guy right
That's
fucking
one of our
behind us.
guys, isn't it? Hey! Give us a lift, will ya?
Good! Okay, didn't, you know, nonsensically twirl out of the fucking way. That, however, is still too far. That probably would have missed in any other Ace Combat game, so there's that. That I can accept. Field? Oh, you son of a bitch! Well, now we know that's horseshit. They're still doing it! They're phasing through targets! Okay, so the CPU upgrade does not fix that. That might be a bug or an intentional design feature. And they're still turning. No, okay. Okay! It's trash. It doesn't actually fix the biggest issues. You're probably gonna get some snappier locks, but not any ones you wouldn't have gotten in the first place. So those must be bugs. The missiles phasing through shit? Bugs. You'll probably get some better shots? Some? But it's not that's not worth it. And yeah, yes, Tazrin? Yes? The fuck is in the ocean? Probably a part target that I was just trying to clear up the signal there. I'll probably go get him now. I think I've got enough breathing room to do this. So they were getting a little close to the second factory, so we've probably got enough room to skip over there now. But okay, so, yeah. The CPU upgrade for the Sidewinders, not good. Or not good enough to really lean on. There is that, super awesome upgrade, though, that apparently makes all of your missiles multi-target missiles, which is really cool. However, unfortunately, we need to get 200 kills in all of the aircraft. Well, 200 kills in all of the special planes with at least one kill in all of them. Unfortunately, we don't got still those planes. We still don't have the Falcon, which I don't know if that's valid. However, so we can see here that, yeah, probably our safest bet for long-range engagements or reliable engagements is the semi-active missiles, which are actually really easy to use here, because while turning and fighting people is obviously valid, the semi-actives have a very low miss rate for most targets. They can miss, yes, but there's also upgrades that we can actually use to make them even better. There we go again. I don't know what it is. It just hits him, and then maybe I should stagger them more? Because maybe they're just kind of clipping through each other? I don't know. There's some weird bug that stops them from actually hitting their targets. Like, one missile will go off, and the other missile will not actually, hit the target or phase right through it, which is really fucking annoying. I don't know why that is, but the CPU upgrade did not fix that. That is not actually a skill issue. That is, the game's fucking broken. So, it feels like these get you a little bit extra room, I suppose? But not enough to really make it worth it. This game has bugged hitboxes, and hitboxes takes longer to reset in this game than others. Missiles, when they hit, cause the hitbox to disappear, so it does not stun lock the plane. Then, after an arbitrary time, it resets. The time is supposed to be short enough for 2 missiles to hit, but in this game, the timer hangs on reset for 10 milliseconds. Ah, okay, so you have to stagger them. It's a bug. So there is an iframe stopping my missile from hitting the target. Thank you, Diby. I knew something was wrong, and that's the actual, scientific, nuts and bolts example for, there is something. However, I do also see that, without anyone having to tell me that the tracking strength for side aspect locks in this game is probably the worst it's ever been in any game of the series. I am not sure why, but perhaps that's... I don't know, perhaps that's there to help you, because obviously the hitbox thing wouldn't be designed to help. You wouldn't intentionally do that to help the enemy out. So maybe that's you. Maybe that's there to help you, but is unintentionally helping the enemy. So where the fuck is this mark? Holy shit. I gotta thread the needle on that one. The iframe issue is not intentional. It's purely a bug due to mistiming of the CPU cycle count. Interesting. So it's actually a programming error. Now, is that present in the original version, or is that an issue with the emulation's take on the game? I like how I have the gun. Now, you see, I gotta hang on. I gotta try this once.
Warning. Stop the train and leave the area. Do you
Because
read me? Stop the train.
I gotta kind of know if actually it's very hard to line up, and I don't think I'm gonna get it. But I kind of gotta know if I were to put the gun pipper behind me on the target, would the gun gimbal around and actually shoot it? It looks like no. It didn't even want to fire. Okay, so yeah, it's present in all versions, and it's somebody was asleep at the wheel in the coding department. So somebody fucked up. How fast does a PSP CPU process? And because of that, the iframes hang a millisecond too long, a millisecond longer than they should, which means that one of my missiles gets ignored.
Have been eliminated. Take a well-deserved
we done? Good. So yeah, that is just a problem with the game. So good to know that's not intentional.
trying to
It's still
escape with
incredibly
MBSRs.
fucking annoying, though.
Apparently,
Hey, that's right, too.
unfortunately, several units have already been delivered. Thankfully, we intervened before the rest could be used. In any case, the Aurelian Liberation Corps really took me by surprise. They say too much knowledge can be a dangerous thing, and boy were they right.
Morons thinking they have
I'm just
enough.
glad they made it through without any
Thinking they have a great plan and not enough brain cells for it. Okay, so new aircraft is available for purchase, and I think this means that we get 12A, because we didn't do this before the jammers were delivered. Well, we didn't. Okay, the Skillia group is destroyed, so they show up in one of the other variants. So the Skillia group is not here. The parts for the missiles are delivered, but we took care of apparently the rest of them. I'm not quite sure how this works out, but I think this is actually how you get 12A. So, let's go to the hangar real quick, though. The PSP has a clock that can adjust between 222 megahertz and 333 megahertz, depending on the load. It's a MIPS CPU, the same kind of CPU in the PS1, N64, and Silicon graphics workstations, which was plenty adequate for its day. It was actually kind of amazing to have something as powerful, something as at least as powerful as a PS1 in a handheld device. Like, I remember seeing that you could play Grand Theft Auto 3 on a PSP, and I was fucking amazed. Okay, so Rafal, their No, actually, we didn't have the Gripen. Oh, hey, look, the funny Delta Canard plane trio is here. We've got the Rafale, the Gripen, the Typhoon. All of these planes haven't done fucking anything in their careers and are probably going to be phased out without actually doing anything. The gang's all here. Okay, so there's still a handful of planes left. One of these is the Falcon, one of them is the Fenrir, but that leaves the blank spot of the two other planes. I think this one after the S-247 is the S-23 or 37, whatever the fuck it is, the thrust vectoring Bearcoot, which leaves this thing, whatever this one is. Black Raven. No Black Raven. S-37, right. Okay, so what's the next mission? It's still 12B. Okay, I have no idea how to get 12A. I need to actually reference that. But so we need to do 12A. I have no idea how to actually get 12A. So we've done 12B, we've done 12C.
Our mission is the liberation of Griswold. I'll explain the details. Griswold is protected by the Atmos ring-powered meson cannon. Our troops will not be able to approach the city because of the MBS.
All right, so what we're doing is we're flying once again, through the, under the deck, through the, through the tunnels and directly into the center of the ring where nothing could fucking hit us. So I don't know how to get 12A. I think I have to you have to rush the mission to do that, because we did everything else. I don't know how you get 12A though. But again, I suppose we could actually try the Gripen. Fighter, attack, and recon equally well. Well, actually, we'll see what's good here. We'll get them all, because I haven't actually looked at the Rafale either. We haven't played either. Okay, so what does the Rafale get their hands on? Okay, it gets the XMAAs and the sawed-off dispenser. This mission can be accessed by first playing Break-In or Joint Operation. The player can then play this mission immediately after In Pursuit 2, or after In Pursuit 2 and a diversion. However, the player should not play a diversion after Joint Operation, otherwise Wildcard will take its place instead. Okay, so we played Break-In. Okay, we're gonna have to look at that one. Because we're gonna have to go back for it, because obviously we fucked it up. But we'll get the other mission that we need anyway. So what's the Gripen get? Okay, advanced long-range air-to-air missiles. Ooh. And then a jammer, which is absolutely worthless. What about the Typhoon? Guided bombs and self-foraging submunitions. Okay, all of these are kind of bad picks for this mission, aside from the Sod. So I guess what we're doing is we're doing the Rafale because the Sod dispenser is actually helpful here. It's time for the Rafale. Rafale lore. Yes, Rafale lore. That would actually be the most sensible option for this. It's not the cruise missiles that the Rafale gets in later games, but it's here. Also, hang on here. Cancel. We do have a skin for this. What's the skin? It's the same. We didn't get any cool skins for this. Dang.
Griffith 1, you are
Actually, that's effectively the same as the cruise missiles in the same loadout. That's almost that taking off from a carrier with those. Oh my God, we're the we're the kamikaze squadron off the fucking Alicorn. Salvation! Good lord, this plane with burst missiles. Good lord.
Griffith 1, altitude restrictions canceled. Return to your mission. Good luck.
$1 million lives and counting!
What on earth is that? There's no way we can get any closer than
Next
this.
CPU is great at multiple parallel threading processes, but sucks at single-threaded calculations because the hardware tries to break up the single thread into multiple parallel threaded processes. Keep in mind the parallel threading of the process is not the same as multi-threaded processing. Multi-threaded processing is multiple independent processes at the same time, whereas what the MIPS does is multiple dependent processes that compile into a single final task. So think of a bunch of people who are working on typing Hamlet, with everyone typing a page each at the same time for the single book. Yeah, and the whole process gets held up if somebody writing page 2 isn't done with when someone writing page 1 and 3 gets finished. So the whole process hangs because they're waiting on page 2 to come off the presses. Interesting. Haha, program. Or lower than the fucking deck, as we learned. We're playing dangerous.
Is he for real? Doesn't he know what this beam can do? He's too fast. Tracky can't keep up.
Today we're playing Sewer Shark.
Griffith 1 bagged another one.
Oh, those are actually kind of shit for doing that. Okay.
7 turrets remaining.
Actually, they probably hit the turrets fine. Okay.
Destroyed.
No, they don't. What if we... Wow, these are actually awful for this. What the fuck, man? Wow, okay, they're terrible. Okay, Sidewinders it is.
Griffith 1, it looks like the range of the cannon's beam is limited.
Yeah, they also can't look down far enough to hit me.
Evasive maneuver successful.
God damn.
Infantry destroyed.
This is probably the way easier way of doing this mission.
Miss on cannon, 5 remaining. I've been hit. Griffith 1, the beam's firing time has lengthened. With fewer cannons, there's more
Just
energy
think of
gain.
computer hardware as magic runs, and programming is sorcery, lol. Yeah, it's all wacky computer magic. Actually, it's not magic, it's just a shit ton of math. A shit ton of math and very, very tiny circuits on a circuit board.
Missile cannon,
Oh my-
3 remaining.
I like how I'm taking out the turrets on some of these and the MSRPs on the other ones. I guess that is actually a variation, because since the MBSRs weren't delivered, there's only like half of them. Not that it matters though, because you play these two missions the same fucking way, and they're equally as easy, which is funny. This mission's actually a pushover if you just do the one kind of dangerous thing, which is actually probably pretty easy to do on a PSP. This is actually probably how I would have done this.
Missile cannon destruction confirmed.
Oh hey look, other Gripens.
Enemy aircraft.
Since there's no vertical movement going through the tunnel, it's just side to side, and that's actually really easy to do on a PSP. You son of a bitch. That missile missed, but oh well. What just spawned down there? More. Hey, let's go ahead. He's gonna get shot by my teammates. You go over there. You go, guys. You deal with that. I'm here picking up more kills. I'm here splashing Shelkas here for more money. Ow! Okay, the AI let this guy go. Or he activated super mode when he got fucking hit once. That's not gonna hit. Would you believe I failed math 3 times? The only reason I understand code is it's math, yes, but it's also logic. It has a syntax. Whoop. It has syntax and grammar like a language, but it's a language that uses math instead of sounds. And logic is where my brain works right. Ah, yes. So when they say computer language, they're actually, saying, unironically, the correct term for it. So where the computer language, punctuation and grammar is math. Which is quite a thing, but... I don't know. I find I'm more of an artistic person, so I see in images, not in lines of code. That's a key weakness if I ever wanted to get into video games. Some people say I do have very strong visions with my writing, even though my vocabulary isn't very advanced. I can see there's that fucking hang time, but I can very easily visualize when I'm, like, on the ball exactly what the fuck I'm trying to describe. People like George Lucas can do about the same thing. Am I super cool as George Lucas? No, because I haven't had I didn't make a multi-million-dollar franchise yet, anyway. But unfortunately, this means that I probably will never be good at the whole coding thing. Well, a me that would be good at that wouldn't have as strong as imagery to work with. So it's either I'm the coder scripter or the artist identity. If we're going to use Limbus company logic here. Though if we were doing that, I could be both at will. But, well, you only get one chance at character creation in this world, unfortunately. Good. That was... I've got to stagger it just slow enough so that both missiles slam directly into the target. You have to stagger it just a little bit.
Griffiths 1, we've confirmed the beam is out of commission. Suppression forces have begun their advance.
We're done.
Soldiers of Aurelia, do you read me? This is the suppression force. We are currently engaging the enemy in the vicinity of Gaia's Tower. tell you, but there's no one here! Gaius Tower is ours!
See, it's kind of interesting that even with the low levels of detail, Gaius Tower is actually a very distinct landmark. It's very memorable. We don't really have buildings like that. Like, sure, there's the, whatchamacallit, there's the space elevator in Ace Combat 7, but we don't really have a whole lot of
Griswold's
buildings
been
like
liberated.
that. So the art team actually came up with a very distinct sort of centerpiece for the campaign. Based off an actual building, as I recall. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but we don't really have too many interesting landmarks to fly around like that in a lot of Ace Combat games. That aren't, you know, super weapons. Those are our landmarks, the fucking super weapons. But as for cities, a whole lot of them aren't terribly distinct. But there we go. Okay, so the only thing we have to do here is 14B, which is we kill the aces, we go to the island, kill the aces, and then before rushing to the end, we actually go do the other mission. So this is easy. 12A is the only kind of weird spot. And I think we probably get the thrust victoring, yeah, we get one for 12A. And then the thrust vectoring bear coot would probably be the next one. So let's fly the bear coot. The Rafal, you've had your time there, sir. The Gripen and Typhoon are next on the list. However, we have to kill the aces, and we have to play a super awesome play to kill the aces. However, unfortunately, I guess we could sell some parts. We're short of money here. The Barracuda is very expensive. As the Soviets also found out about that whole thing. Very expensive. Some of the more expensive parts we don't have equipped. The self-weight. We can buy that back if we want to. That's really expensive, even though we're probably gonna wind up using that part, but oh boy is that expensive. That's a whole fucking plane's worth of money. Goddamn aeroelastic whale skin aerodynamic thing. Wyvern right, the Wyvern. You know what? We haven't actually flown that. So you know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll fly the Wyvern against the aces, and then we'll use the Bearcoot against whatever 14B is. And then we'll probably unlock the thrust vectoring Bearcoot, and then we'll use that for the final mission. That's what we'll do. Actually, we're using that. We don't want to get rid of that. So that's the weaker one. Wait, whaleskin? Yeah, that was something I read about Newcom planes for Ace Combat 3. They've got this really strange fucking aircraft skin design, which is partially, you know, something to take advantage of the aeroelastic effects, which the Bearcoot makes use of because of the way that the wings are designed. And there's also an FA-18 that was designed to test or monitor these forces. There was something about the Newcom planes, though. The Delphinus, the R series in Ace Combat 3. It was something about it being modeled after whale skin. So the whole skin of the aircraft flexes in some way. I remember reading that a long-ass fucking time ago. I can't remember, like, the actual details about it. But yeah, you're gonna have to look that up. But it's always stuck to me because whale skin? That is just the weirdest fucking shit I ever read and still sticks with me because of it. I may be misremembering it, but it's something to do with, like, incredibly advanced, like, aerodynamic theory, which may or may not be bullshit, but I remember it because it was just so fucking weird. The two words that stand out to me are aeroelastic and whale skin. What faction? Newcom. No real. Dibeto, do you know anything about the magic whaleskin planes? Tested in the 90s. Please explain, because I know aeroelasticity is documented, but I really do not know anything about anything else. Okay, so we can actually tune the Wyvern, which is fun. However, it's not actually, a lot of these parts aren't really capable of being utilized with it, but this is going to be a pure air-to-air dominance machine. Increase special weapon. Nope. We know the special weapons aren't really going to work against ace pilots, so fuck it. Ram coat, why not? Wing design. Speed and pitch performance. Prevent stalls. I don't think we want to add anything. I think we're fine anyway. Engine. Advanced turbo engine. So, to anyone who actually understands, you are selling in short. Coding requires imagination and visualization. You can't code properly if you can't not imagine and see in the mind's eye, which what the final product code will create. Coding is closest to calligraphy brush painting, like kanji painting or Chinese calligraphy landscapes. So good coding is equal parts language and math and imagination and art. Yes, because you have to, because if it's sensibly laid out, I understand how that works, but if it's sensibly laid out, coding language is basically the lines of code are effectively sentences that say a thing. So you have to imagine, properly with the correct, terms and, numbers and brackets and whatever, what that sentence is going to say and how it's going to work and integrate with the rest of the code. So, good. There's a little bit of mind's eye in there as well. Shark skin, yeah, Robo, something like that. Aerodynamics based off the design of Stark scales, laminar flow control. Yeah, it is something to do with, like, I distinctly remember whale skin, but it's something to do with some kind of aquatic animal's fucking skin being good for aerodynamic. I don't remember, it was so fucking bizarre, I really never fact-checked it. Whale skin has extremely low fluid dynamic friction, and with the way the skin can change its surface geometry to channel the fluid, which is air in this case, to maximize air moving along the lifting and trailing surface while minimizing drag via laminar flow. So yeah, the whole skin of the fucking planes on all of the Newcom designs actively warps in order to increase aerodynamics and decrease drag, or in the case of having to brake and turn real hard, increasing drag so the plane slows the fuck down. So yeah, living skin plate, yeah, that always struck me as the weirdest fucking shit ever. Micro proliferations in the surface that remove the turbulent edge, or rather the drag and impact air on the wing. Laminar flow control means you're capable of altering these drag points. That's kind of what the shark article is saying. Right, so it's the same thing. So it's basically being able to effectively control the structure of the skin on the wing in order to increase or decrease drag, which rocket science, which is also why all the Newcom planes look absolutely fucking bizarre. Not merely structure, but the friction on the wing, which is more akin to the skin. So it doesn't actually, well, you probably have some form of variable geometry going on there, but basically, the way I see it is it's basically the skin on the surface of the wing getting bigger or smaller. Imagine being able to control your fingerprints and how much they grab. Yeah, which is probably why we never, this idea sounds really space age and really interesting and groundbreaking, but also sounds incredibly fucking expensive, which is probably why it was never adopted. And yeah, it is freaky space magic. Add in the plane using a flexing wing with variable geometry to replicate the moving surface replicate the movement surfaces for turning. In short, the wing can twist to change the air current to the plane. Yes, this is what the aeroelastic part is. It's entirely possible with shape memory alloys, yes, but putting this on a fighter plane and having it last more than, like, a month of active service is probably the difficult bit. Expensive as all heck and get out. Yeah, which is probably why we never actually put it into service, but I always meant to go looking up on that, but now I know. Well, I guess I need to write into the servants are working on something that looks straight out of Newcom's lab. Power for life, motherfucker. So, experimented in the 90s, too expensive to actually put into service? Well, that's our fucking calling cards here, says the Kingdom of Sylvanas. How much? We don't give a shit. We're probably only gonna make like 4 of them. Okay, so, it's time for X2. Ah, yes. The Switchblade wings. I really have no idea if that's practical or not, but the most distinct one of the most distinct designs of Strange Wheel. Variable geometry, reverse swept wings. But here she is. But she doesn't really need more fucking screen time. We have the Strike Wyvern. But, variable geometry in all levels of flight, too. Shape of memory metallic glass as the airframe and an inner layer of the skin, with a segmented internal rigid frame like bones. The plane would move via biomimicry. Effectively, you're making a fish. You're effectively designing literally a whale, but it's an airplane. So I'm just imagining, yeah, the skin's patterned after whale skin, and then the internal looks like a fucking whale skeleton. Yeah, that's space age enough to catch people off fucking guard. Yeah, that feels like 90s. Wow, miss. Wow, look at that awful, like, good lord. What the hell is G-pull? What the hell is G-tolerance on those missiles? My god! Imagine if you could grow the plane. Like a, like a fucking starfish or something like that. Or you grow cultures of the skin and just kind of like paint it on the frames. Wow. Yeah, this is definitely some weird-ass 90s shit. Veggie plane, you got, yeah, if you could grow the skin, like, membrane as like an algae or a fungus, and then you would apply it over a skeleton, like, almost like you're fucking, almost like it's canvas. Man, that's fucking weird. Ow, though. I can't think about fucking wacky goddamn space blades, though. I'm getting shot at. You're all insane. Yes, we are, but we're fucking high on science and U.S. taxpayer money. Lots. And how did you miss a ship? But lots and lots of taxpayer money. My god. Welcome to the tech used in the Navarro Night. Cinnamon, explain that. What? Remember, gotta stagger it, so they actually fucking die. Yep. Uh-oh. Ooh! Bad roll. Bad roll! Whoops. Okay, then. I'm sorry, I was too busy thinking about cutting-edge 90s bullshit space-age technology Like, my head was like, I don't know, man. My brain was going like, you ever see like, you know, like Toonami bumpers and like video montages of shit in the 90s? Like set to like jungle and drum and bass? That's where my mind was. It was in a very, very old goddamn place. My god. It's a nice place. I like that place, but whoa, I got distracted there for a bit. Yep, a sharp turn, thanks. And then I can't really turn sharp enough to get that guy. Missed again. God damn side aspects. And he's already turning. Man. Yep, no. Wow, Jesus fucking Christ almighty. The Wyvern's a mover. It's got super plane stats, but I'm having trouble keeping up with these fuckers. Like, I can't just outturn them, which is annoying as hell, or even keep up with them. Granted, you know, LOL ace planes, but still. I feel like the active was having an easier time with this shit. Like, oh, fuck! Surprise AMRAM, motherfucker! I snagged 2 of them. Got you, bitch. Just AMRAM shotgun out of nowhere. Yeah, no, I'm not turning with these fuckers. That bullshit thrust vectoring Bearcoot? No, that's got my number. I can't fucking turn with that. God damn it. It doesn't automatically switch back. Yeah, no, I've got a lance with these fuckers. There are planes that can turn with these motherfuckers. Unfortunately, the Wyvern's not one of them. Unless I get some, there's probably parts that make it a bit better, but I definitely don't have them on. So yeah, you gotta joust with these motherfuckers. That's fine, I know how to do that, but wow, I was expecting the Wyvern to actually do the whole superplane turning thing, but I guess not. Oh yeah, the container ship. I almost forgot about the damn thing. You know, the container ship that my Sidewinders missed. Yep, they're dead. Also, note that the Bearcoots are stealth. I don't think that was probably in the proposal, but yeah, sure. I don't know much about the S-37, but it probably wasn't stealth. The Wyvern is its weakest in this game. Wow. What a shame. Okay, done. Okay, another thing that was also experimented with was making missiles that use these systems for tracking a hybrid LiDAR gravimetric system. In short, the missile would use the microscope gravity of the mass of the plane to home in. Bypassing stealth, it worked, but the gravimetric sensor was so big, it took up 4/5 of the missile payload space. It tracks via detecting the gravitational field of the plane. You're blowing my mind, man. You're detecting like distortions of the plane's magnetic fucking field to track it. Jesus fucking Christ, 90s. Wow, fuck, man. Good lord, think of what would have happened if the wall didn't come down. Jesus goddamn Christ. Think of all the shit we would be spending money on. Also, oh god, a carrier landing. I gotta remember this shit. This is groundbreaking. Like this is the weird shit I really should have always looked into. I know there's plenty of this stuff for everything, but aircraft development to me is, well, I like planes, but the weird shit in aircraft development, the weird pseudoscience bullshit is something I've been meaning to collect. Also, yeah, the Wyvern's a carrier plane. I forgot. Also, we're off target here. You would want to be landing more to the side here. The LSO is gonna want a fucking word with us, but it's the landing system. Blame the autopilot.
You're coming in too fast. Slow down.
Ooh. That was a one-wire.
You're pretty good, sir.
That was one wire. We are gonna get shit talked forever. Granted, this thing's fucking huge, but we're gonna get we came down before the wires. That's a bad. You're not supposed to do that.
We've succeeded in stopping...
Okay, to answer the question asked, the Navarro Knight is my tabletop RPG. It's a mix of super science fiction and stalker-style anomalies. Also, giant mechs and interplanetary war. Mechs, planes, tanks can be made of living metal with biological components for self-sustaining beasts of war. Ah, yes, haha, Avas. Interesting. Okay, while you're becoming an ace pilot, I'm in a war-torn fictional country trying to escape with the locals shooting at me. Other PMCs shooting at me, and local warlords and their buddies shooting at me. XD. Oh, and the UN is actually doing something. This must be fiction. Cuddly, a lot of the funding for a lot of the super science was cut, starting with Reagan, then Bush, and then finally Clinton. By Bush 2, most of the stuff was dead and mostly forgotten by 2006. Yeah, well, that's the funny thing, because Reagan was actually spending a whole lot on military spending. But yeah, wow, fucking super science, man. Detecting a fucking plane via distortions in its fucking, distortions in the gravitational field
Corps
of the
has
Earth,
moved
bro.
from Cobalt Cave to Archelon Fortress. Our sources have confirmed our suspicions that the car...
Okay, so we're doing that mission after that, but Jesus fucking Christ. References to bolos. Fucking bolos, man. I don't know shit about bolos other than what a bolo is, but... LOL. What is it? Continental siege engines? What's the term used to describe bolos to me? Super tanks with super AI. Okay, so we're doing this mission. Planetary siege tanks. Yes.
A new weapon under development at Cobalt Cave has been relocated to Archelon Fortress. We have learned that it's an HPM to be mounted to Fenrir. The weapon's targeting system relies on orbiting satellites, so we should be able to reduce the weapon's accuracy by disabling the satellite ground control center at Cobalt Cave. With the bulk of the enemy forces shifted to Archelon Fortress, the enemy poses little threat at Cobalt Cave.
There's still a shitload of SAMs out
However,
here, though.
with the threat that Fenrir poses, we must take this opportunity to minimize its capabilities.
Okay, so you could have nerfed it even
Destroy
further by
all
doing
of
this
the
mission.
satellite antennas at Cobalt Cave.
Man. So this is, it's like, on the note of all the wacky fucking shit, I really hope Ace Combat 8 dives into this again, because it may not be the exact same time period as Ace Combat 3, but it probably should be. We're due for another wacky as fuck take on superplanes, because we do have a lot of superplanes, but these are familiar designs. Not that it's bad that they're familiar, but these are familiar designs that we've seen, and let's face it, the Raptor is like 40 years old at this point, where we are right now, and Ace Combat 3 is 10 years into the future from now. So, we need new superplanes. We need more fucking whacked out Coke designs from Aces. I'd like to see that in Ace Combat 8. Reagan funded a lot of conventional military tech, but cut experimental and next-gen tech. In Reagan's eyes, the military was just fine with World War II and Vietnam tech, and had no need to change or innovate. We peaked in his eyes, and had no need, for anything new. A lot of the stagnation we see today started with Reagan. No, sir. Reagan would be wrong on that front if that's actually true. I mean, Electrosphere still uses old airframes. Let's not be too blinded by new complaints. Yes, but... Okay, so, Hame. We have the opportunity to do Newcom, but even more out there. Because we can say that Ace Combat 3 is a simulation, and not actually the real world. We could say that Ace Combat 8 is actually the real world. So we could have all of the planes, or some of the planes, but we could change the designs around. We can introduce new ones that wouldn't have been accounted for in the simulation. We could do a lot of... We could top the Night Raven, is what I'm saying. We could top the Night Raven and the strategic laser system. We could go even farther than that. I want to see something new in there, even though I want to see Night Raven, my beloved, again. So part of the issue with Reagan is he made those cuts in order to pursue the Star Wars program, which was placement of military satellites. When that was shut down by political opponents, they didn't allow the funding to be placed back into the military proper. Again, well, okay, Excalibur was a pretty neat fucking idea. And eventually we will get to the point where we have a nuclear, a nuclear laser defense system of some kind. Anti-nuclear shield of some kind, under some form. Wow, though, party poopers. Also, high kicks. Okay, so I think we have... No, we didn't unlock. Actually, no, we're unlocking that now. Right, we did that mission before already. So now we're going to be unlocking what is wrong button. We're going to be unlocking what's probably the S-37. How goes the funny plane game? We're talking about absolutely ridiculous, over the edge of like science fiction and reality concepts for airplane design. It's fun. Okay, so this is an large bomb there, and then there's the bomb dispenser. Oh, well, you know what? Maybe we'll use this to more advantage here. We shouldn't be using the Su-47 for ground attack, but maybe it might actually work out. Is this the game where you go to space? No, that's Air Force Delta Strike, and which reminds me, we need to go do that. I don't remember what I got stopped by, but I remember, we got halfway through one run of the game and then I stopped. Oh, right! The game crashed! And we didn't save! Because that game doesn't prompt you to save, you have to manually save, and it doesn't save after each mission. That was why! We got an entire fucking run trashed because of that shit. That's why! You needed to manually save, and we didn't do that. Right, that's why we stopped that. Well, shit. We need to fix that. Okay, so what happens if we bomblet dispense all over this Aegis? Oh boy. Are they going to hit? Where's the bombs? Oh, it missed. Okay, so it's the rear sight? So it's... this one? Okay, well, one of the bomblets hit one of the SAMs. Ow. Okay, maybe this isn't an anti-ship weapon. Honestly, I don't really feel like it's very good in this game, period. Like, Ace Combat 4, the bomblet dispenser is actually kind of, really good. So, it's just that it's only on the fucking Tornado, and you're using it on the Tornado, or you're not fucking using it at all. So I remember it being very good, and it also appeared with the mission where you're destroying the solar power plant, which it's very fucking good at taking out the solar power plant because the bomblet, like, you're sitting there for like 5 seconds straight dropping bombs, and you can take out an entire line of solar panels in like one go. Okay, so it's okay. So you're aiming the rear sight, or rather the rear cross, I think. I don't know, man. I didn't hit jack shit.
I can see a cave on the side of the island. It's pretty big. Well, we're in.
Okay, now that hit. What the fuck's going on? Okay, that's weird. That's just impractical. It's like Assad, but less useful. Like, it's got less... It feels like it's got less range than Assad, even when dropped from a respectable height.
All guns fire artillery barrage. Don't let the enemy get close.
Right, so I don't... There wasn't auto-saving, and the game crashed on us. I remember exactly whatchamacallit. I remember which mission it crashed on us, too. Ooh, okay. That was actually enough room to actually dodge those missiles for once. Like, that was a missile fired at us, and we actually had enough room to get the fuck away from it. That was actual Ace Combat gameplay, and not the rather annoying modifications this game throws at us. Okay. GG. Is that actually good? No, they just slid forward. That's... Yeah, that's not very good. Mr. X without anti-ship missiles. I didn't see that guy. I thought it was only an ally. So it didn't save, and the game crashed. So basically an entire run was basically jumped. So that's why I stopped, and I just never got around to actually getting back to it. I'm not quite sure what we got distracted by, but I don't think I even saved the bot of that stream. I was so disappointed. Likewise with Robotech Battle because the audio was just awful. I couldn't even sit and listen to it myself. Both of those games are actually harder than I remember. And, well, they're not completed, and also, they're games from my childhood that I enjoy. So I guess, I guess we've got more plane games to play, guys. Plenty. Guess we're gonna be doing plane games for a while, and I think most of the time, honestly, people like this. This is like some of my most liked content, or at least, well, I'm the most proud of it. Like the whole Fall of Angels event and its entire playlist is like part of my greatest hits as a streamer, I think. No one's done a compilation of, my best moments, unfortunately. But I'd like to think that the Ace Combat, Let's Plays were probably some of my best work.
Mission was a success. Excuse me, Griffith One. Hold on. According to a synthesizer on the inside, destroying the antennas alone won't be enough. The underground control facility must also be destroyed.
Oh boy, tonal one.
However, it's too deep for long-range missiles to connect. You need to fly into the cave on the side of the island and take out the control facility. I know it's an impossible request, but we need you to take out that facility.
Okay, we're going in. As soon as I actually get rid of some of these fucking planes. Yep, nope, too close.
Roger! Enemy's got you locked on radar! I can't avoid them all. Eject!
Yeah, so basically you're dropping in between the two crosshairs, not on one or the other. Okay, so now we're going in. We don't really need to kill all these guys, but we need to go in. Okay, so if I turn on autopilot here and look around, yeah, that's the cave. Right down there. All right then, here we go. Ah.
For it. Surface and hit him with a missile.
No?
Good job. We've got him on the run. Go ahead and do the control room.
Whoa, okay, actually, huh,
You managed to fly all the way in here? What's with this guy?
huh.
The Southern Cross is going to that cave. What? Where?
Actually, that's where the bomb might actually do us some good.
It's too much for me to
subs.
Submarine Triton hit. Damage critical.
Okay, so actually flying through this very calmly and then dropping the bomblet dispenser would actually probably be a good idea. So hang on here. So just kind of. I still missed. Okay, never mind. Okay, so you gotta kind of fly in there slowly and just kind of dip the nose down, fire the sidewinders, and then dip out before you slam into the walls. This is an interesting target. An interesting take on this, like, the whole, haha, you have to fly through the tunnel now. Yes, what else is new? Okay, so actually, yeah, putting a bit of angle on it will probably give us a clearer shot. We just kind of look over the edge here and done.
Destruction of control facility confirmed. To fly through that small space and still successfully complete the mission. Amazing. That was incredible, sir. I mean, Griffith 1.
Man, they're really hamming that shit up, man. What? I've lost count of how many times Project Aces has made me fucking do that shit. That is average mundane shit. That's where things, that's when the real mission starts, when that shit happens.
This should weaken Fenrir's microwave weapon. Archelon Fortress is the final obstacle standing between us and total victory, sir.
Okay then. So now we'll probably get access to the S-23, or S-37. 337? One of the numbers. S something. And that's what we'll be taking to the final battle, most likely. We're probably gonna have to sell some things, but then again, we could just sell our Barracuda now. Why do we need the Barracuda? We got another Barracuda. Oh, dear lord! I thought there was a loading error, but actually whoa, boy. The whole fucking hangar's disappeared! Oh no! Who spilled the stealth paint all over the hangar?
We've advanced within striking distance of Archelon Fortress.
I think your bread and butter
Fenrir,
are near
the
to.
whole
It would
reason
help
they
draw
started
in
this
more.
war is
I'd like
being-
to think so, because I do enjoy the games, I just never really seem to have enough of them, but then there's just... I have 2 games sitting here that I didn't fucking finish. 2 games from my childhood that I actually want to play that are just sitting there, but man... The years have done some pretty funny things to me. So I guess I'm not quite right in the head anymore. But Wyvern, no thanks. Wyvern's actually really not that good in this game. But okay, so right, this, I don't know what this, aircraft is in the middle of this, but those last 2 are obviously the Falcon and then the Fenrir. But S-32. Prototype of the Su-47, this aircraft has incredible mobility. Yes, and it's got a giant, square, fucking thrust-vectoring engine. Okay, so special weapons. What do we get for special weapons? Long-range missile. We got quick maneuver stock, and that's garbage. Okay, so quick maneuvers it is. Oh, look at that. We've got pods on the wings, too. Ooh. Okay, so the whole thing with this is that, whatchamacallit? Is it, ooh. I just get regular Barracuda Black there, but... Okay, so, the whole thing about this is the engine. As you'll see when we get in-game. Remember how it had 2 engines? Not quite anymore.
As I wrote down the...
Or rather, 2 exhausts?
To all aircraft, this is likely to be our final sortie. Our mission will be to wipe Fenrir and its production facility, Archelon Fortress, off the map.
That's got a look to it, though.
That's right. The war ends here.
So this is like the answer to the F-15 active, I suppose. If the Barracuda was a thing, this is probably what an MTD or active variant would look like. Then again, it already had canards. zap. But yeah, so we just have this giant fucking scramjet exhaust.
Your fuel tank's internal sensors will be displayed on the MPG.
I think, yeah, we do have two engines, but we just have this giant singular fucking exhaust. Holy shit. Those are regular missiles too. Letterbox Barracuda.
As the airborne fortress. However, with Aurelia's satellite surveillance system back online, we should be able to track its position. Although the tracking is far from perfect, please bear that in mind when attacking.
Wow, fuck.
Keep the temperature low.
It's not slamming to the ground here, but wow, holy shit. The missiles track, the plane fucking maneuvers. I think I found the... I think I found the developer's darling here, aside from the Fenrir. Yeah, I know your shit. I've got quick maneuvers though. Your ass is grass. I need to get away from them. I need to acquire them and then actually get a line on them for the disappear. Joust, you say? Also there. Well, we played, that's the thing though. I played, when I do this, we played all the Ace Combat games. Really? We've got 2 more to play, but after this, we're done. We're out of games. That's the sad bit, that we're out of games. Oh, you son of a bitch. This is kind of slow. Granted, that's somewhat accurate, I suppose. The Barracuda's not exactly the fastest bird ever because they had to limit the speed because of the stresses of the, you know, the clearly, oh goddamn, those were quick maneuvers too. I ain't got many of those. But they had to limit the airframe speed to I think Mach 1.7? I think, which ain't slow, but, you know, is relatively slow in comparison to what other aircraft can do. It's the stresses of the forward swept wings on the airframe. You don't really want to go too fucking fast with those. Imagine what they could have done with whale skin. Yes! And oh god. Oh. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. Hot! 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 I had my hand on the acceleration switch, but because I pressed Y, it didn't trigger properly. Man, that fucking turning radius though, good lord. I think it's actually benefiting from the fact that it's got extra AOA on the turn because of where the canards are mounted, and they actually modeled that. So I think the launch angle for Sidewinders is slightly better than normal. However, unfortunately, those were quick maneuvers, and they still missed a fucking print. So, these guys are real dumb, but I ain't got a whole lot of... Oh, hey. That was an ace for the S-32. Okay. I should have gunned it, but I thought I was going to have the missiles ready. Yeah, so there are speed limitations with forward swept wings because you're putting a lot of stress on the airframe facing it that direction, and while you do get lots of advantages at lower speeds, at higher speeds, again, stress on the airframe. So the whole thing is more likely to, you know, to suffer larger amounts of wear and tear, or... Wait, did that missile just reacquire? You saw that shit! It missed and fucking reacquired! Thank you, AIM-9X. Beloved, there's that AIM-9X I know. Well, I was lucky enough to be looking at it when it did it. It missed the target, made a, like, 180-degree turn, and still slammed into the motherfucker. Don't question it. Oh. Ooh. I kind of led with the plane there. That's like Ace Combat 4 quick maneuvers that just never give up. They're great because they never give up, but they just keep orbiting with like infinite fuel until they hit something most of the time. Those are fucking outright broken. They've never been that good ever again because of that. They have never been that good ever again. Yep. Uh-oh. Hot. Hot, hot, hot. Hot, 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 hot. See, here's the thing. They're worse dogfighters here, but you have the microwave laser kind of fucking with you. In the other one, they're better dogfighter. You don't have the microwave laser, but they're better dogfighters. And the missile clipped through the target.
Completely destroyed. Looks like the Southern Cross was the real monster. We've got no choice. Prepare the fortress defense weapon.
Okay, now to utterly slam the shot cannon before it gets a chance to do fucking anything.
Responsibility for anyone who gets caught up in a blast. Something on top of the fortress is moving. That's the same shot cannon that was on the airborne
Okay, well,
fortress.
we're good at slow speed, so I can just kind of...
To remain in possession of that kind of weapon. Do what it takes to destroy the shot cannon. Shot cannon firing preparations complete. Killer 3, lower your altitude.
Oh, well, I have to wait. It's not actually a target yet. I have to wait. I have to wait till it fires once.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cannon firing. Killer 3's been hit. Damn it, we've lost him. Destroy the shot cannon. The shot cannon is preparing to...
Holy shit! Whoa! Oh, Jesus! Holy shit, the entire fucking HUD disappeared from the screen!
The fortress has really been destroyed. He was able to fly his way through those shockwaves. Incredible.
Shockwave. One. There was one.
I knew our ace could do it. That's the Southern Cross for you. He certainly is. He's Aurelia's hero after all. Crux to Griffiths 1.
Thank you, Hammy voice acting.
That was a little too risky, sir. It made me nervous just watching you. It wouldn't feel like a victory if you weren't there to celebrate it with us, sir.
So unfortunately, herein went the only appearance of the S-32 in any Ace Combat game period. Gee, ooh, that's some dodgy texture work though. Like, ooh. Oh god, those intakes don't look very good.
Over, isn't it? Let's head home. To Aurelia.
See, the funny thing is, Ace Combat 3 doesn't even have this. You have the Barracuda as a super UPO plane, but you don't even get this Barracuda. So this is the one and only time you actually get to fly this plane in this game. New armor type I'm adding to the game, whale skin. Thanks, Phonto. There you go. Jesus Christ, how horrifying. Future technology. We didn't get nothing, aside from a new color. Actually, a new color for the Barracuda. Okay. So, now we've got to figure out how to get 10B, I think.
By the time the images of the exploding Archelon Fortress and Fenrir faded from the stadium's...
Yeah, if you want forward swept wing, you just take one of the designs by the guy who made the Valkyries for Macross. Yeah, then you're just dealing with the more advanced, variable fighters. Okay, so let me have a look-see here, because I know we've done basically all but one, yeah, 12A. So we have done everything but 12A. We need 12A in order to unlock the boss rush mode. So that's everything but 12A. We need to unlock 12A. So we're doing another run, sadly, because I need to actually figure out how to do this. Speed run. Yeah, I think so. I think this is actually the speed run option. I think actually what this is just speed run. Don't care, just no brain, speed run. Since we can only fly this once, let's give the S-32 another go around with that new skin. Okay, there's that one. Oh, it's gray. So again, this plane only exists in this game, as far as I understand it. This is only available here, just like the Harrier is only available in Assault Horizon. Or it's in Assault. I think it's in AC2 as well. I think. I'm not quite sure. Oh, it's 1.17. Right. I thought it was 1.7, but no, it's 1.17. So just barely supersonic.
We'll show them what we got. After all, we're really pilots. Isn't that right, Captain?
If they had better metallurgy. The plane without the governor could reach, in theory, Mach 2.6. They use conventional steel and aluminum, but if available, the design wanted to use titanium alloy throughout. Sadly, cost. Yes, so unfortunately, quite like the MiG-25, she's mostly made of steel. Meaning she's a heavy bitch. And also not very heat resistant. She probably isn't a flying fridge like the MiG-25, but heavy, and it gets hot. The canards probably help significantly, though, but still probably a heavy bitch. She's fucking huge after all. Bing! Okay, so she's a nice turn-in plane there. Granted, she's unique to this game, so she's probably she's probably one of the better planes in this game. They clearly liked the plane, or liked the idea, even though it's basically just a... it's just a Barracuda with a singular exhaust and, slightly different tail and those wing pods. Okay, now we're speedrunning.
The airborne... Even with you, sir.
Okay, so... these are ground targets. We'll probably be fine just... well, actually, we could probably come over here and... well, these are not terribly great for ground targets, but, well, yeah, let's challenge ourselves here a little bit. Rocket pods on the Gripen. Well, at least the rocket pods can target the planes on the runways. That's not what I wanted to target, but okay.
Attack formation, please. I've got something on radar. It's the enemy. It's an attack. What kind of enemy? Air? Land? Everything's in chaos. What's going on?
The fucking altitude warnings are doubling on top of each other.
All remaining Aurelian air power?
Caught, pull up, pull. Jesus fucking Christ.
We have an emergency. Come in. This is Port Patterson Command. What's the situation, Buddha Base? We're taking enemy fire. Request reinforcements immediately.
He's off from
We need time to
Schizo Betty.
until reinforcements arrive. Hurry up.
None of those hit.
There'll be nothing left of this base but a pile of rubble. I'm
I like how the system is lagging behind so much that it's totally incorrect. Man, we need to spend more money on that warning system. It's not quite good. And goddamn, you have to physically aim the... Like, it's not a guaranteed hit. You have to physically aim the rocket bursts in order to actually hit something with it. So, the circle is just kind of a guess. So you're still effectively aiming the rockets as they come out of the tube. Nice!
There aren't any viable planes left, so you better start running.
Not dead. Circle is a suggestion. Yes. It's a trajectory suggestion. Not an absolute.
One wanted the Barracuda scrubbed from history and its design sent to Siberia because he thinks it's ugly and an ugly plane insults the Russian Air Force, which he sees as treason. That he would forego modern technology for looks any day. Wow. There was another dictator in history that was the same way with his military. A short man with a mustache stolen from Charlie Chaplin. Yeah, right, who didn't like the world's first assault rifle because it looked ugly. Also had a conniption at the Hummel. So, yeah, the Barracuda has a look to it. I don't think it's ugly, though. I think the man has a terrible sense of style, then. But Putin's definitely not a smart man. As seen by the current military conflict, where he is committing all resources after any sane nation would have sued for peace.
The battle to retake Port Patterson, however, having it any more in order to prevent particular the number of...
Right, so we've done this all before here. Let's see here. Okay, so not the right, but now the Typhoon. These missiles aren't really going to help us that much, but Typhoon.
Griffith 1, you are cleared for takeoff.
Right, so if anybody could post the, I think Tazarin posted it, the mission order for 12A. It'd be very helpful if someone could do it.
Crux to Griffith 1. Check your MPG on the right side of the
First
HUD.
playing break-in or joint operation.
The number of landing ships from the port.
The player can play this mission immediately after In Pursuit 2, or after In Pursuit 2, or after In Pursuit 2 and A Diversion. However, the player should not play A Diversion after joint operation, otherwise wildcard will take. Okay, so... Right, so let's just speedrun this and call it a fucking day. You know what the objective is, and it's not anything really in the sport. Whoa, a little close. A little close. stupid! Okay then.
We've succeeded. We've.
The emblem of the Southern Cross.
Okay, so one thing I want to look at, what's the best plane in this game with semi-actives? Or rather, what's the super plane with semi-actives? Not you. I need to actually see what these planes can do, because they're definitely going to be taking one of these in there. And obviously the Caliber. X2, but I don't think the X2 actually has multi-roll or semi-actives. Okay, quick maneuvers and XML, advanced multi-targets, which are shit. Okay, long range, self-foraging. Okay, that's the jammer pod and the sawed-offs for the XFA. The Fregata has just bombs. The Apollos has XM. Okay, so what the? That's gonna be kind of interesting. None of them have semi-actives. That's very strange. I'd like to use that, but Oh, it shows you. Well, actually, it just shows you the first weapon. Well, you don't actually have a radar, but we haven't actually played the F5 yet. Okay, quick maneuvers. Funny. Also the MiG. We actually haven't played the MiG. There's a Super Tomcat as well. Let's see. The F4E has the semi-actives. Interesting. Okay, what's the MiG get? Okay. Air-to-ship missiles, what does it have stock? SAM. Oh, it does have semi-actives. The MiG does have semi-active missiles. Okay, the Tomcat does not have semi-active missiles. Okay, so hang on. Okay, let's get 8. Who actually, because I may want to use these, irrespective of everything that I said, I may want to use these in our final fight. it requires us buying all of these planes, though, and unceremoniously selling them as we acquire them. Well, after we acquire them, and, you don't have it, but I guess we'll look. So we have to beat 8. Okay, long range. Nope. Semi-active, 8. Apollos, we've seen. We don't have that. F5E, you also don't have it, but just double checking going down the line here. F1, you probably also do not have it. Nope. Okay, then. It'd be kind of weird if it did, but okay, so XMA, air-to-ground missile, nope. MiG, we know, actually has the semi-actives. That's 10. That's actually the highest by far. So, MiG-29 has 10 semi-active missiles. That's what we're trying to beat. The fish bed has them, funny enough, stock. F-14 doesn't have them. And then everything else we actually have to go back and purchase, so... Okay, so you don't got them. 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 You do, so we'll hold on to you. A-10 obviously doesn't have them. You also do, but you're beat out by... We'll play them big, I guess, for entertainment purposes, but that's beat out by the Phontomen. You don't got it, and you don't got it, so we need to go buy more planes. Okay, the Mirage. Haven't looked at it. Okay, 14, MiG-31. Actually, haven't looked at the... We haven't actually played the Fox Hound. Tornado, you're just kind of bad at everything. F-15E, that's a strike plane, but might have them. I don't know. I don't think the X-29 has them either. Attacker, nope. Just ground munitions. Okay, actually, is that XMLA? Or that's at semi-actives, and there's 8 of them. So it looks like a semi-active 10 out of the fucking Strike Eagle? That's interesting. Of all the things, the Strike Eagle has them. X-29. Long-range missiles. XFA doesn't have them, but okay, so we're at a maximum count of 10. Out of the MiG-29 and the fucking Strike Eagle of all things. Caliburn doesn't have them, but we might still wind up using that. Su-27, you might also have them as well. F-2A, I'm not quite sure if you have them, but we're gonna look. Caliburn, we've looked. FA-18E, we also didn't look at ever. We never bought that. Okay, unguided bombs, self-forging munitions. What's the XMAAs? Okay, so not what we're looking for. XMAAs again, not what we're looking for. Okay, so no dice up there. FA-18. Actually, what do we got? Is it XMA? Yeah, XMAs. Not what we're looking for. Okay, so Nighthawk doesn't have them. XL, I don't think has them. The F-35, I don't think also had them. Ripon, well, we already purchased the plane. We can just look. The YF-23, we haven't actually looked at the payload for it, so here's a good chance to look. The F-22 we never actually bought either. I don't think the flat pack had them, it just had bombs and whatever. Su-47 didn't have them either, I don't think. So, you don't have anything. You, Typhoon, you also don't got shit. I have 23, it's got quick maneuvers, napalm, and then the runway dispenser, again. Fortius, I don't actually think you have semi-active, no, you have XMAs and everything else. Okay, does the active have it? No, it has XLAAs, which aren't really that good anyway. It has XMAAs on the Raptor, which again, not what we're looking for. Wow, okay. So if we wanted to game the, flying a fucking strike. I mean, there's a plane that could show up here, probably. But flying a fucking Strike Eagle or a Phontomen for what is effectively most likely the best long-range missile. Odd. Extremely odd, but alright. I gotta go to the bathroom again, folks. Thanks for bearing with me on this fact-finding mission. Had to know, had to look, but... Right, we'll be back here and we're gonna try and get to this mission, and then we're gonna do the boss run, the boss rush mode in something. Alright, folks, I am back. Sorry about that, but I guess we're flying the Strike Eagle. I gotta see what that is. Well, actually, well... Huh. You know, I want to test something, aside from, you know, like... We need to go real goddamn fast. Actually, I just sold it like an idiot. We could probably get the experimental planes to go faster than the, Foxhound, but... Let's give that a whirl. But the MiG-29 and the fucking Strike Eagle get access to the most Sparrows. That's very strange. Alright, well, hunting down Moby Dick here.
The Gleipnir is now positioned above...
But let's see what happens if we go fast. Now, I don't think we're probably going to be leaning on these like I imagined, because, let's face it, the boss rush mode is probably going to have more than 10 planes. So, that factoring in missing, we're probably not going to be able to lean on this, you know, semi-actives like at all. Let's see how fast we can get this bitch going here, because I know, in Ace Combat 3, at least, she tops at about 1,300. Actually, she's significantly slower here. Okay, we're actually... Okay, there's actually some form of altitude simulation here because we're going faster the higher up we're going. So I was descending and accelerating, and that would mean obviously I'd be gaining speed, but it seems like my speed is capped lower. Which would make sense because that's how physics works, but, Also, yeah, that guy behind me. Wow. SU-27, how is it going 1,500 fucking miles an hour right behind me? Something tells me the AI's kind of cheating here. Whoa! Wrong way. Have to turn around.
Hey, the thing just disappeared. Like a mirage or something. Take it easy. That's optical camouflage. It's still there.
Also has no rudder yaw at all. So how fast can we get this bitch going at this speed?
Radar is unable to track the
Obviously going higher would mean we'd go faster, but we're able to break these speeds at a much lower altitude with the other planes.
You'll have to use your aim to take it down.
Oh boy. How high's that number gonna go? Are we gonna break 2,000? Obviously, the higher up you go, the easier to get over Mach. Oh, dear lord. Wow, that number's getting kind of spooky.
The Nightmare's optical camouflage must be
Oh boy.
before it can fire. Its giant fuselage will be available for an
We're going to overrun the map at this rate, but let's see if we can keep that speed. Oh boy, that's fast. Oh, ooh. Oh, we were going up instead of down. Yeah, but also, as you can see, the AI is keeping up with this rather unrealistically. I'm gonna call bullshit, but as you can see, we're decelerating as we descend because of air resistance. At this point, the plane would probably be fucking melting currently.
warning. Allied fleet damage has exceeded 25%.
I think it's kind of impossible to miss. Even if the missile actually, you know, doesn't hit, but okay. So, yeah, speed isn't... The AI will keep up with you irrationally.
Sure, that's it. Don't lose sight of it.
He says maybe doing a remake of Ace 1, 2, and 3 in Ace 7's engine and releasing them as downloadables, maybe as DLC for 7. Nothing official at the moment, just some stuff via the grapevine.
It's too dangerous to lose a great player.
A remaster of 3 on Ace Combat 7's engine. Well, that's just Ace Combat 8. That's what we want out of Ace Combat 8, basically. So if they're gonna do that, fantastic. And Ace 1 needs a complete fucking reimagining, honestly. Ace Combat 2, they already have, well, Assault Horizon Legacy, which is... Pew, pew, pew. Right, as I was saying, Ace 2, they already have Assault Horizon Legacy, which is just a remaster and reimagining of 2. So that's all you have to do is just port that onto Ace Combat 7. That's easier said than done, obviously, but they already have a model for that. Ace 1, though, would be interesting for what the hell they figure out, you know, what the hell they figure to do with that.
The Great Pier has started to climb. No doubt they're planning to return to base to make repairs. Griffith 1, try to destroy the SWBM. As long as the SWBM exists, the safety of all Allied troops remains in question.
As soon as you let me target them.
The fortress will be displayed on your MPG. The fortress will be out of range once the gauge reaches max. Destroy the
We're standing still in midair.
before that happens.
Come on. The AI is having some trouble actually targeting me. Oh, which is interesting.
The Great Pier is launched in SWBM.
Ah, who gives a shit? I have attacker health.
One used at Cape Aubrey. It's too dangerous to fly at high altitude. Try to stay lower than the Great Pier. Aircraft damage. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Impact. Aircraft damage.
Oh, fuck. Okay, can't take that many fucking hits.
Airborne Fortress, missile launched. Estimated time to impact, 15 seconds.
Done and done.
Good job. The Airborne Fortress's SW...
Okay, so clearly not that great. And also, its speed isn't really an advantage. The enemy kind of magnets to you at relative velocity, which is really dumb. I'm not quite sure why that is, but that's really dumb. They're kind of dragged along with you at relative velocity, so you never really you never really can outrun them too far, which is not why you would fly a faster plane like this. So this plane, aside from looks, has no real point to it. You're not really getting very much at it. Which is annoying because it's a completely irrational situation to deal with here. Also, so guys, I killed the plane. Also, nice braking. Where's the Gleipnir Mansley? There we go.
The Airborne Fortress is rapidly ascending.
Where's the Gleipnir Mansley? Up there.
Unfortunately, we weren't able to destroy the Gleipnir. However, this was a very important turn of events for us.
So it's not exactly a flying brick, but you're definitely not really gaining much for the air quote speed because the planes are following
We've
you.
succeeded.
My guess is they're going to remake them to look nicer and be more accessible since PS1 games are really getting expensive and hardware is starting to suffer death by age. Yeah, shocking as it may seem, wow. Man, I got a lot of money from selling all those planes, but yeah, it seems to be disk drive failures on a lot of old consoles are just making them that's what's killing them. But also, as a lore update with some retconning of the stories of the games and a little to clean up the world lore. I don't know for sure. Yeah, but, sadly, old consoles, aside from not having any support, yeah, the disk drives on most old consoles are going kaput at a rate that's actually surprising a whole shitload of people. You would think that a solid-state drive wouldn't be that susceptible. That'd be like one of the things you wouldn't suspect, but yeah, the lasers go dead and the drives don't work. And once the drives are dead, you either have to mod the thing to run it off a hard drive or an SSD, or you're fucked. And then you've got wonderful problems with the Xboxes where the capacitor degrades and proceeds to destroy the entire circuit board. Okay, so I guess we're taking the Strike Eagle, which... This we don't need. So I guess we'll have a look at the Strike Eagle, because we've already played the Fulcrum on this map. We know how that handles. But the Strike Eagle, of all things, having access is kind of funny.
I'll now go over the details of our mission.
Okay, so, I actually have to go buy them. Whoops. Right, special weapons. Again, shocking that the Strike Eagle would have that, but I suppose, yeah, the Strike Eagle wouldn't have access to a whole lot of more advanced weapons, or rather, advanced weaponry, even though you could, you know, could conceivably mount whatever the fuck you wanted on it. It's just an F-15. But I suppose it would be, you know, more... it's probably gonna... If it's carrying air-to-air missiles, it's probably gonna have some of the older stuff. Since you could have AMRAAMs on this, but you, it wouldn't be the first thing, because you wouldn't be using this for air-to-air combat.
Repairs aren't finished. The optical camouflage isn't working yet. I don't care. Prepare her for takeoff. One Aurelian fire is hardly a threat. If that's our orders, I won't take responsibility if anything should happen. What's wrong?
It's not pulling hard enough. Actually, it is. Holy shit. You see, they just kind of... Well, that was off target anyway. But
But you see, the semi-actives just kind of pull as hard as they need to, as long as you keep your nose to the target. They'll just defy whatever G limitation they have, so long as you keep the target in front of them.
Griffith 1, just as we thought, the Great Bear isn't using the shot cannon. The SWPM has already been destroyed. Now's our chance. Finish it off. This guy never gives up! It looks like we're gonna need more
And they're out.
conventional weapons to take the bastard down.
Okay, well, apparently you're... Again, we need more than conventional weapons. Sends in more conventional weapons. Yeah, I'm a Strike Eagle. I can handle a little bit of oof there. Don't want to slam into the fucking tail there.
Damn it! Smoke's pouring into the bridge!
And now we wait.
Shoot him down already! All conventional weapons are down! We're sitting ducks! Not just yet. We still have the shot cannon, if we can use it against him. What are you doing? No, you can't! Shut up! What do you think? We should just sit here while we go down in flames? We just need to aim the shot cannon at the Southern Cross. I can't! The glacier will be torn apart! Out of my way! Get your hands off me! We're gonna die anyway!
Yep. Too fast. Alright, where the fuck is it? Go over there. Or not? Where did it go?
Going to fire the shot cannon?
Oh, there it is.
Plan to fire it like that? Crap! Dive now! Hurry!
Come on.
Watch out for the shot cannon! If you see it preparing to fire, fly to a lower altitude than the Great Bear.
Wow, apparently you could just fly right at it and you're fine.
It can't be. The airborne...
Apparently you could just kind of hover like a pixel off the tip of the shot cannon and you're good. Okay.
Shot cannon has been destroyed! It's in one.
Absolutely sped run.
The Gleipnir is no more.
Medal awarded. Oh. Alright, so now here's the decision point here. Okay, right, so if we get through this, and we scroll back up here to what Tazrin posted way earlier.
All right, let me brief you on the main locations on the route to
Okay.
Griswold.
This mission can be accessed by first playing break-in or joint operation. Wouldn't that be... Okay. Okay, select mission, striking point, blitz. A break-in or joint operation. The player can then play this mission immediately after Pursuit 2. Okay, so... I know what break-in is. We have to get over here, which means that... Huh. Okay, so... We play striking point, and then we just ignore whatever those jokers are doing. Right? Because if we move fast enough, they won't get to Griswold, I think. This is weird. Break-in or joint operation. The player can then play the mission immediately after Pursuit 2. Or after in Pursuit 2, aid diversion. Well, actually, no. Okay, so what we could do is we could ignore the fucking biohazard. Right, okay, so that's the one thing we didn't do. We ignore the Skillia unit and we just play striking point. The Skillia unit is then going to proceed to
We
just...
have obtained information that enemy
Actually-
stragglers from Santa Elva are gathering on the Kalana steppes.
No, the Skillia unit would go forward, but this should... I still should be able to do this, right? Change of mission. Santa Elva, striking point. Joint operation in pursuit 2. Allied wingman reinforcements. Santa Elva, blitz, wasteland, joint operation, pursuit, jamming, interference. Allied wingman. Okay, allied wingman plus reinforcements. Elva, striking point, joint operation, allied wingman plus reinforcement. Plus jamming, interference. Santa Elva, blitz, wasteland, joint operation. Okay, so striking point, joint operation in pursuit 2. Right, okay, so we play striking point. So we're playing this mission. What do we want to fly in this mission, though?
We have obtained information. Unless we
We're going to need some actual air-to-ground ordnance, though, for this mission. And then also some fighting capability, I suppose.
We have obtained information.
Yeah, well, the Strike Eagle does definitely help with the planes later, but we want some kind of standoff weapon with a large blast radius. So, So what do we get with? I mean, we could use the flat pack. We could use the flat pack with its immense fucking bombs. Which were overpowered and still are. Okay, we need to buy the large bombs, my bad. Or not? It doesn't have the large bombs. Or maybe they changed the model? Hang on here. Oh, that is large, but okay. So it's just the same model as the regular ones. It's not the big, stupid silver one. Okay. Never mind. Also, this is apparently air to ground to the maximum, so, okay.
The
Sure.
target enemy destruction ratio will be displayed on your MPG. Continue to destroy enemy targets until the number reaches 0.
So, look. And... look.
What a desolate place. Just wait a little longer. Reinforcements will be here before long with fresh supplies. Then we should be able to stick it to those Aurelians again. The enemy aircraft! The Southern Cross. Isn't that the guy who destroyed the Glacier? Nemesis. No, you've just been waiting until now to strike. Our helicopters don't stand a chance against their fighters. Damn it, I'm not gonna die here! Evasive maneuver successful. The tanks are in the way! Stop messing around! We need to get to the main unit! I see them. Moving to intercept. Enemy fire overhead!
Now, if I drop it on the wall...
Forget about the counterattack.
Yeah, no, that killed all of them.
Staying alive.
Haha, bomb.
I can't do anything. I'm going down!
Also, that other bomb did not actually do anything? It phased through the ground? Okay.
Damn it! Bastard! Here they come! Prepare to clear!
That's not what I aimed at, but okay. I've got plenty of these. Well, rip that guy. Excuse me, Mr. Instantaneously Accelerating and then Decelerating.
Help me! He's right behind me! Missile, get out of there!
Wow, okay.
Hurry, fire! Turn right! Enemy plane, shut down! All right, one down!
Hey! Oh, well, I stole one of his kills. Oh well. Kill confirmed by allies. Alright, so we completed our, whatchamacallit, Kix, we completed our third run of the game, and now we're doing the fourth run to get one single solitary mission. Then we got some, thinking to do.
Clark to Griffith Squadron. The mission was a success. Good job, Griffith
Third one,
Squadron.
excuse me, what? Yes, Kix, we played the game on 2 previous streams, this is the third one, in which we are going to play, it's completing all of the missions and unlocking Operation X, which is essentially the boss rush mode from Ace Combat Zero. And the alternate ending. There's an alternate ending? How do we get the alternate ending?
The Skilla unit has left Sachana Air Base for Mount Nevera. Unfortunately, radar interference has prevented us from pinpointing their exact location. But we believe they have abandoned the...
Okay, so select mission, aid diversion, joint operation. Okay, so striking point, joint operation in pursuit 3, allied wingman reinforcements. Okay, so striking point, joint operation in pursuit 3. So we're just gonna speed right up here, and this is how we're unlocking. We're basically just speed running. So okay. We're trying to get mission
A recon
12A.
team has infiltrated Monte Breeze and uncovered suspect enemy movement. It appears that LASAF used several of the large and unfortunately jamming the presence of numerous transport aircraft.
Okay, we've done this before. Just have a fast play. Have fast played. Got it.
A recon team has it appears
Wrong button. Okay, so we need a fast play. You know what? Let's take the Widow out. It's not the fastest plane ever, but let's take the Widow out. Napalm bot. Well, all of these are worthless. Just stick with the stock. Okay. Well, we actually have to select it in the mission in order to get the paint jobs. We should have multiples of this. Black, red. Ooh. I think this looks the best. Right, so we only have to do one more mission, which we should unlock after this mission.
Allied forces are standing by. Follow their command during this mission. This is the Northwest Seagull Unit, so you're the one and only Southern Cross. We're counting on you. Are you picking up the infrared signal? We're clear of jamming here. We can't transmit past 30 miles, but there shouldn't be any problems at this distance. The number of enemy transports is being transmitted to your HUD. Don't let any escape. Radar jamming will prevent you from locking onto targets, so you'll have to use your sights when firing. Stay relaxed and you can do it. This is the Northeast Jaguar Unit. We've arrived on point. Transmission is a go. Southeast Pearl Unit, we've also arrived on point. It looks like the enemy is finally onto us. The transport has started to flee. Control tower, come in. This is the transport. Anyone on
Yeah, watch those lasers, though. He's above us.
Hold your position. Stand by.
I see. Look at that. Long-range missiles probably would have helped here as well. I'm about to get shot by a laser doing this, but... I don't know who the fuck that was, I don't care. Too fast. Gone. Oh, that's a parts plane.
Command Grievous 1. This is the Northeast Jaguar Unit. Enemy transport is nearing the river. Can you make it over this way? This is the Southeast Pearl Unit. Grievous 1, we have a visual confirmation of the target. Got one near the lake. I can just barely make it out, but it's getting closer by the minute. What the hell was that? Be careful. They got one.
Alright, now the last one.
That's all forward.
Special weapons fire level low.
We just let them come. They have anybody inform the others.
Some ace.
This is the Northeast Jaguar Unit. Visual confirmation of the transport. It's flying towards the river. Please head it off.
Fucking ace flanker pulls ahead of me and it instantly dives. Some ace, man. Some ace. Okay, that's our target. He's gonna fire the goddamn laser at us.
You got every last one of them. You're just as good as they say. You can count me as one of your fans. This is the Seagull Unit. Our troops are blown away by your skills. This is the Puma Unit. The mission was a success. You did it. Yeah.
Just widow things. Large payload, stealth.
All transport. They
Okay.
were apparently they're.
Okay, so there's that. New parts available. Actually, we didn't. There was a new part in that. I guess I didn't check that. I guess I didn't get the parts plane in that on the first go round. But we played that mission before. And okay, so now we get to play 12A, which means immediately just going to Griswold. Yep, 12A.
Our mission is the liberation of Griswold. I'll explain the details. Griswold is protected by the meson cannon. The cannon would have posed a much greater threat had LASAP succeeded in delivering the MBSRs. Thanks to your efforts in stopping their delivery, our ground forces should be able to approach the capital unhindered. If Allied forces are able to make their way to the center of the Atmos Ring and into Gaia's Tower, they will be able to take control of the enemy central command and free the city. It will be our duty to support the troops from above. LASAP's army is prepared for us. We expect this to be a fierce battle for both sides.
It's mostly ground
Although
targets,
the
though.
energy output of the meson cannon is unstable, it can still inflict considerable damage to any Allied units caught within firing range.
Fly low.
The more damage we inflict to the meson cannon, the easier it will be for our troops to take the city. Interference from the Nevra jammer may cause radar malfunction during the mission.
Ah.
The capital's liberation is finally within our grasp. Sir, please decide the course of action.
Right, okay. So the Nevra Jammer is still up here, however, that's probably... Well, you know what that means, right? That means don't rely on guided ordnance. That means, hey, Flat Pack! You and that fat ass and those fat bombs, you're coming with us. Don't need any fucking guidance if the bombs are just really big and dumb. Just drop it on a fucking bunch of enemies and they're fucking dead. No guidance required.
Casualties to the Allied forces will be displayed on your MPT. We won't have the manpower to take the capital if casualties are too high. Try to keep them at a minimum. So, you're the current boss. It's an honor to fly with you.
I think I got the Conqueror medal already. Okay, so... Oops, all dead. We're flying really goddamn low. Yep. Aside from the planes.
He's right behind me! I can't get him off me!
Oh, for the love of Christ. Well, nobody else can. Nobody. If I can't shoot him, nobody else can. So we'll deal with the planes last. That. I've got plenty of bombs, so I can just hurl as many as I want.
Bring down the wall. Stay focused. There's an opening up ahead. Move out. This is Victor Regiment.
Oh, they're all just above us. Fuck 'em. We'll deal with them as we can. But then we're just gonna swoop in, right as we keep doing, right into the, right under the Atmos Ring and into the city. Okay. As we keep doing, just right into the Atmos Ring and behind everybody. But then again, we actually have to. Then again, they can't hit us, but... Whoa! Okay, they almost hit us. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ almighty. Okay, the tracking on these missiles... The tracking on the lasers is actually better here. Jesus Christ. You know what? Fine, then. I missed. Damn. Oh, boy. Hero bomb. And hero bomb. Actually, that trajectory is fucked. Hero bomb. Ow, ow. Yeah, no, that's ineffective. Okay. 2 missiles. Okay, so yeah, the meson cannon is actually a threat now. Because it's actually, like, the Vulcan lasers are actually less, you know, they have less elevation and depression. These actually have elevation and depression. Therefore, they can hit me even in the center of the ring. Holy shit, okay, did not plan for that. Really did not plan for that. Oh boy. Do not slow down. Play chicken with the laser cannons, of course, but do not slow down. Whoa, boy.
Good kill. Wow, what flying.
God damn, no.
I didn't think he was this good.
Do not do that.
Aircraft damage.
One more. Is that right? Yeah, that one.
It looks like the beam can't reach any further than Eater Road.
Alright, good. Okay, we took a lot of fire from that one. Okay, so this mission actually has the Mason cannons actually at their most threatening. They were a joke beforehand. Now, actually, wow. Do not fuck with them on this mission.
The enemy is already at the gate. They're gonna break through. We can't hold them back. Ground forces to Griffith 1. We've made it inside the Atlas ring. It's Gaia's tower. The enemy's central command. We take the tower, and this war's over. What? Tank? Don't let them get any closer. Defend the tower. Crux to Griffith Squadron. Enemy reinforcements are in the city center. It looks like they've been keeping them in reserve. So many troops were just lying in wait. Don't take it out now.
Oh, great, widows.
Enemy command is right in front of us. Allied troops inside Atlas Ring are pinned down by an enemy counteroffensive. Griffith 1, go to their aid. Our allies are in
That was
trouble.
actually enough to splash
Need your
that.
help.
That was a parts vehicle. Yeah, so, this mission's actually the most difficult, I think, just innately. Or rather, the most, the point where you're feeling the, I'm gonna bounce that off this building. Thanks, civilians! Thank you for your sacrifice being a fucking, a backboard for that alley-oop that I just did with that bomb.
Special weapons fire running low.
As are you. Yep, that works. Flat Pack playing basketball with large bombs. Yeah, that's, we definitely don't want that footage getting out to the public. Oh, come on. So yeah, this mission's actually I think the most difficult out of the bunch. Out of the 3 revisions of this mission, this is the most difficult.
Evasive maneuver successful.
Oh, for the love of Christ.
Nicely done, team. This is Victor Regiment to all ground forces. We're at the base of Gaia's tower. Commencing an assault.
Done. Okay, good. Okay, so yeah, the mezzanine cannon is the most difficult here. It's funny, really, because it seems like it was...
I got bad news. It's the enemy command. They are gone without a trace.
There's no one here.
Because I would have really loved to slug them one. So that means... That's right. We've secured Gaia's tower. We've driven those lace-ass bastards out! We did it! Gaia's tower is back in our hands!
It's all thanks to indiscriminate bombing.
Sir! Did you hear that, sir? We did it! We freed Griswold! All right!
Right, so... The other missions make the mezzanine cannon seem more scary. This, however, because they have this unlocked range, they're actually more threatening than in the other 2 renditions of this mission, which is really interesting. We saved the city. We did it, Patrick. We saved Griswold.
Griswold's been liberated.
Also got
With
the
the
S rank.
loss of their
That's good.
central, the streets of Griswold are overflowing with citizens celebrating the defeat of the Laysap oppressors.
And that's where we
Even
leave this
soldiers
war.
have joined in the celebration. Sir, the people won't soon forget your brave actions that led us here. We've done it, sir.
Where's my plane?
I got a new plane, right? Okay, there it is, okay. The special mission is now available. Alright, folks, we're here. Yes, and we're gonna totally ignore the third part of this campaign because we are not going to play it. We have no reason to. Pablo Escobar, General Dynamics will have to go unpunished. Too bad, not enough time. Toodaloo. We've been down this timeline 3 times before. We're done. Bye! Okay, so. Free mission. We should now have the SP. Yep, there it is. Operation X! Or we should also probably, Okay, so. Let's see if we can do it. Okay, there's no. A policy for. Oh! Okay, so I'm being attacked by other meme planes. Great. A plane designer would be interesting. Ace Combat fucking Kerbal Space Program, to an extent, would be an interesting idea there, Daibino. Alright. Okay, so we're gonna do this the easy way. Or rather, the simple way here, because we know what this is. This is a dog fighting contest, and we're gonna build the dog fighting monster. That's most likely the caliber and all this. But wait! What was that last plane that we got? What was it? Ripon, Typhoon, White, Fornius. The fucking Terminator! Oh. Really? It's just the Terminator? What does it get? Of all the things, really? That's not cool. FAE bomb. Yeah, that's not cool enough for me. Okay, so everything... I think we have most of the things that are actually valid. Well, Claudio engine. I think we're gonna be glass as fuck here, so that's just... We're accepting this. We're just gonna be an absolute dogfighting machine. Unfortunately, the Caliburn cannot use that, which is unfortunate. Can't use that either. What a shame. We can't have this to offset all of the awful things we're about to do to this airframe, though. Extra hard points. Extra ammunition. Power. Tracker. Shows power of homing missiles is increased. Okay, so let's try this. Because that's special weapons, we'll be using quick maneuvers. We'd like to. I'd like to be able to obliterate things in one shot. That'd be nice. Trajectory of air... That's weird. View flight path, wide lock on. We may need this. We're about to do some very funny things to this plane. Self-waiting for a turn. Okay, a little bit of armor, just a tiny bit. Just a teeny tiny bit of armor back in there. We're already slow, who gives a shit? How's that decrease our speed? That's rather interesting. And then the cockpit, the tracer, I don't know what this does, but it might actually be useful. Personally, as an Armored Core fan, a plane designer that uses modular principles like Armored Core, that would be my jam. Well, effectively, we have this kinda here, but this is the prototype to the parts system at Ace Combat 7. So, and Infinity as well. So, having that system be more fleshed out with some interesting bits would be kinda cool, especially if we walk further than Ace Combat 3 and just have ridiculous, strange, real planes.
not too ridiculous that we lose sight of the old stuff. Like, obviously, we still want to have familiar faces in there, but I want to see some really ridiculous shit. So that may be the thing. You'd be able to customize your absolutely ridiculous whale skin planes. All right. We seem to have a dogfighting monster ready. Let's see what we can do with this. Do you have any alternate? We have one alternate skin. All right, we'll have this one. All right. Let's do it. Ooh. That's not gonna last forever, but ooh, that's fun. They take forever to reload, though. Holy shit. All right, fine. We'll just lance. Plenty of targets coming in, though. Remember, don't get shot. What? Whoa! Ooh, wow, you saw that shit? That was HMD lock on. That locked on off the screen. Nice. However, we can't really hit targets at that angle, so that's kind of limited in its use. Quick maneuvers that are one-hit kills on ace planes. Though. Also, the trajectories is rather interesting, even though I don't think we really need it, but you probably need it on, like, the resolution of a PSP. That's probably where it's at its most effective. Like, you might not be able to make out the direction. We don't have this problem, though. Ooh, wow. Wow, okay. That is some gun lock on range. XFAs. Yeah, we're gonna run out of quick maneuvers, but boy, wow, these are fucking carrying nightmares. Oh, nope. That did not even track at all. Wow, shit. Oh! Never mind! It reacquired! Thanks, quick maneuvers. Good to see you've still got some stuff in there. Holy shit. Never mind, that shit made a fucking 180-degree turn and reacquired a super plane. Yeah. That is some gun range, though. Like hell. I gotta save some of my missiles with that shit. Falcon. Uh-oh. Yep, damn it. Yep. Oh god, it's firing the fucking laser. Oh god! Ah! Oh god, they're actually offensively using the laser. Oh shit! Okay, this might be bad because you're unavoidably gonna take damage and we have a very glass plane. Oh boy, we need to take these guys out quick. You see, I think we have the one plane that can actually turn with these motherfuckers. Like, all the other planes came up short in this regard, but I think
the Caliburn in this configuration can actually turn with the Ace AI. To the point where I'm actually gaining on them. Oh, I hope that doesn't hit me. No, they're hitting. Oh, God. Well, how many fucking missiles do you have? What the fuck was that?
Oh no, he's been shot down.
What the hell was that? You saw that guy ripple fight. Was that an XFA actually using its meme missiles? Holy shit. All right, don't fuck around with that. Yeah, that was an XFA doing its fucking Scarface routine, which, yeah, don't fuck with that. Okay, I'm gonna save my missiles. Because it clearly, the Falcons are a threat you need to shit can immediately. We can dogfight here, but those, no, you don't want to fuck with those. Clearly we need to shit can the Falcons as soon as they become a problem. Ah, right. I forgot us have attacker health because, haha, big wing. Or, haha, big airframe. But we can do this with standard missiles. It was kind of excessive with the regular missiles. That just didn't actually hit him. So we can do this with standard missiles, or this stage. The quick maneuvers we're gonna have to save for those other fuckers. So you do not want those fuckers hanging around. Also gonna have to save those missiles, because Jesus Christ. Look at this motherfucker go. Jesus goddamn Christ. Well, at least now everyone can see it on a line here, but Jesus goddamn Christ. Okay, the Tracer really isn't helping me out here. Okay, he decided to step off the fucking gas, and the moment he did, he died. See, that second missile wouldn't have got it. That's the thing about staggering like that. There's, you know, if you fire too fast, one will hit the iframe and you won't get it. If you fire too slow, the fucker will turn and the missile will not go with it. The motherfucker should not be out turning me like this, but then again, I'm not really using the plane. It's optimal configuration. Right, or because I'm holding Y to track the motherfucker, I should just not track it. Maybe save some missiles, too. Since it's the last plane, he's not that much of a threat. The X2s aren't really that much of that. The XFAs are something I want to just get rid of immediately. None of those missiles hit. He outran all of them. Yeah, the the Wyverns are kind of jokes. The funny thing is, I'm more afraid of the XFA, even though that's an older plane design, technically. Okay, here we go. Now the quick maneuvers come out. Fuck that. What?
There we go. Fucking phasing right through people. Yeah, that shit we don't want to fuck with. No. 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 Actually, we'll probably get him with standard missiles. Uh-oh. Oh, there he goes! There's Scarface! Holy shit, it is Scarface! Da, 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 da. Jesus fucking Christ! That is fucking Scarface! It's that man doing his fucking beat. He's got attacker health too. Right. Oh, god damn it. Ow, 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 ow! Okay, good. The missile reacquired. Oh, fuck! Ah! Ah! Fuck out of here. Oh! Okay, yeah, doing the whole glass cannon routine is actually very difficult with the wyverns there, because you, or rather, well, no, not the wyverns, the falcons, because you're gonna take a hit, and you're fucking toast! Okay, so you gotta be very careful. You have to shit can those falcons as fast as possible. My god. How the fuck did you... God damn it. Really? Shit, maybe we should do guns. But then again, we're still having trouble getting track on these guys like this, so... Oh, Jesus. Maybe take advantage of that gun range. Well, that Caliburn's off on his fucking ace routine. He's gone. I have just become an F-86 Saber now, apparently. Okay, he just stopped in midair. That's interesting. It's very interesting. This would be better if I didn't, you know, immediately lose my health to whatever the hell shot me before. Oh. No! Was that a white? No, it was a Fornius. Bad time, no chance to evade. Okay, so maybe, yeah, this is becoming kind of a problem. Yeah, just, it feels like turning is actually kind of a mistake. Maybe I should take damage up on the guns. That'd be interesting. But it feels like getting into turn fights at all in this situation is a mistake, because everybody's just ripple firing missiles on you. I'd hate to imagine actually doing this on an actual PSP. Oh, come on! Oh, god damn it. This is gonna be the thing of the evening, I think. Well, I wanted my super duper awesome skill mode. I got it. Those aren't hitting. Now they're. So it looks like even with, like, probably the best turning you can get out of this bitch, you're still not really getting that much turning. Or rather, you're not able to... Oh! Yeah, no.
sitting there turning repeatedly is not going to get you through this. The quick maneuvers slamming them in the face are fun, but you need to get away from this. Yeah, you need to get away from the action. So, okay. New plan! You could dogfight that, but turning clearly, obviously, is a bad idea. So let's see here. Player data, right? Gotta go to the hangar. No, okay, no. So we actually have to go into free mission. So if we're gonna do that... Actually, no, we have to back out now. So once again, jousting is probably the better option here for dealing with this kind of claustrophobic kind of fighting. So let's see here. Though what we could do, since the Caliburn does actually have really good gun range, we could help ourselves out here a little bit. Well, the countermeasure system would be helpful, so the tracer, not really necessary. Long-range gun, it already has a really, I can't get the damage up gun, but, So, maybe, Obviously, we want to take off the Silk Wing, because that's not really helping us all that much. Although, there's nothing we could really do to actually shore up the defenses of this point. They're kind of stuck to where they are. Defense-wise, we're still totally fucked. So, well, I guess in that case, we might as well take the fucking Silk Wing. We can't really there's nothing we can do. Okay. There's nothing that we can do to help this plane. We need as much speed as possible. I need to be able to actually break away from these guys. Anything? No. I need as much speed as I possibly can. What we're gonna do is we're gonna try and guns only these guys. Well, not entirely guns only, but for a lot of the engagements use guns. The quick maneuvers are great, but now they don't kill people in one hit. Well, the Forgata's fucking stupid, but yeah, those are even worse. Well, I got one, but still. All the missiles are gone. Those are not gonna help me at all. Okay, hang on. Those are awful. Hey, I can actually do this in this mission. So, no quick maneuvers. Thank you. Those are terrible. They're gone instantly. I could actually have a weapon that works. So let's go for guns. Actually, I have to pull away. So good, we've got some speed under the wings now. This is gonna be kind of hard to track when, you know, they all have stealth, but... The only problem is they all have ridiculous speed as well. So you're kind of forced to turn fight with them, but you're gonna be put in really terrible situations when you're doing that. Okay, so what's the range of our guns here? Oh, holy shit, 700? That's War Thunder distance here. 700 meters for gun range. See, like this, we're all stuck in a stupid fucking ball. Now we're going too fast, but that's fine. This is just still the early stages.
Maybe if I force them down to the deck. But knowing Ace Combat, they'll fly through the fucking ground. Yep, you're gonna fly through the fucking ground? I'll catch you in 4K resolution, man. I will catch you in 4K resolution. Wow, okay. The dude's right in front of us. Come on. Wow, attacker health. I might be able to do this in a way that catches the enemy off guard. Yep. No, not really, but like get them, like I should be able to start firing before the enemy. Can I hit him in his? I can, holy shit. It's taking forever, but you can get him. I think the jammer's really helping us out here, too. It feels like the enemy can't really get a missile lock on me, so that's actually incredibly helpful here. But unfortunately, the gun range is kind of not helping. It's helping a little bit, but the damage cut is awful. So we have to, so we can engage them at a much longer range, like that far. But the problem is, we're also limited. Well, these are XFX, we don't need them. If I can poke them a little bit, I can get over the clipping issue, or the... Got him. Sloppy, but got him. Okay, so it seems like actually getting them down lower is actually helping us a little bit. Also, the jammer and getting down low seems to actually help. What I could probably do if I get lucky, though, is... That was actually the first fucking missile fired at us. So, Fenrir Jammer definitely is doing something. And that something is very much appreciated. See, what I could have done, and what I should have done, where I can use the guns, because we're going to run out of even standard missiles at this fucking rate. But what I should have done was basically jump the gun and not used missiles, but started firing using the guns with the increased range. So I could potentially still get the guy, even if we are, say, even if the... Okay, good. Those are still one-hit kills. Ooh, baby. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, what? 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 Did I kill the? Did I kill them too fast? What? I think I wigged the mission out. Yeah, no. I killed them too fast. Wait. Wait, that means I get the Falcon now. Wait a second! Wait a second! Okay, so, guys, I shit-canned the Falcon so quickly, the game didn't have any units left, and it went, oh, I guess we're done, instead of spawning the aces. So I actually have to let the Falcon survive a little longer than that. I S-ranked it, though. Wow, okay. Too fucking skilled. That's probably because I'm obviously using a better control scheme than a PSP. That would probably still happen on the PSP, but be really fucking hard to do. They didn't expect you to shit-can the Falcons that quickly. I did. Okay, so that means we get the Falcon. Hey! Okay, so what special parts do we get for this? Against the Sniper Alliance system, the Earth Shaker, Fenrir, that's clearly necessary. Well, the Falcon can't use that. But what does the Raven do? However, we're gonna need some help here, obviously. It's kinetic energy. Penetration, that's the gun up range, long gun range, extra hard point, extra ammo, enhanced, homing missile, tracker missile, Scarface, and then the bomb. We don't have the... Okay, ceramic armor, ram coat, titanium armor. Well, actually, hang on here. Actually, that is buying. Duh. Minotaur engine, bullet engine, exclusively for speed. Scramjet engine, and then the Hydra engine for the Fregata. Is that the best we get? That's the best we get. That's the best a man could get. Dude, did you even unlock Ace difficulty? I don't think. Maybe? Hang on. Okay, so let's tune this, because I haven't actually been tuning this. Actually, you don't need it. It's so fucking fast. That's actually a waste. So the Minotaur engine is perfectly fine. This is actually a massive waste of everything. If it doesn't, if there's actually a cap. Some tank in here as well. Well, obviously, we need more TLS, and then we've made this thing really kind of slow. I don't know what the Raven would do for us here. But obviously now, since we've done all of that shit, we can now put on the scramjet engine and go super fast. Okay, so, Okay, so, yeah, guys, we shit-canned the Falcons in that mission so quickly that we broke the mission scripting, so we didn't actually... Like, Scarface never showed up because we killed everyone too fast. We were too fucking cool. Oh, well, hang on here. There's that. We only have one skin for the Falcon. We actually have to look at the other special weapons. Not that we're going to be using anything other than, obviously, the TLS, because that's just... It's Falcon hours. You know what we're using on it. But what does it get additionally? XLA and the... Okay. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure what happened there other than we borked the mission scripting because we're too awesome. But it's everyone's favorite time. It's time for Connect the Dots. Wow, that was actually really forgiving. Oh, ow. Good thing we've got more armor. Zap! Okay, yeah, no, it's a shotgun at close range. Thanks, terrible controls. Like, that circle is the size if they're right in front of me. Ow, though.
Yeah, we probably don't want to be doing it like this, though. Zap! Zap! Holy Jesus Christ, they made it even easier. Zap. I should probably save those, as these are the wyverns and they're incredibly easy. Yeah, the wyverns are easy. The XFAs are no joke, but the wyverns are piss easy. The falcon's the most OP I think it's ever been with this, and the wyverns are kind of a joke. Okay, we've got some turning ability on this motherfucker. Oh boy. Alright, this crate can turn. Thanks, wyvern. Or rather, falcon. Come on, get it right. However, the XFA is turning with us. Or they're keeping speed with us, so we're overshooting. Whoa! You know what? Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Yep, the old days of the burst missile, however, the Morgan isn't here. Also, as we have a moment. I could use this to just shotgun people as they come near me. I don't want to waste it, but we... Right, so the Falcons, they're priority targets. So we have to leave one alive. Which is gonna be kind of difficult as we are incredibly overpowered. Okay, do not look at the last Falcon. See, there's the last one. That's Scarface. Which... I'm sorry, old man. Oh god, there's another one. Oh shit! Zone of Endless! Oh lord, we're doing all the memes now. Get back here, old man! Okay, here he comes. I think I'm outrunning a missile, but obviously, no, oh no. Got him. However, we're gonna get slapped by the fucking Falcon the moment he turns around. Okay, I don't want to run directly into that Falcon. Is that it? Is that everybody? Is that it? Is that it? I'm gonna give him a sec. Is that it, gentlemen? Is Mobius 1 hiding out somewhere? No, okay. That's hysterical. That's like... Okay, guys, imagine the railgun on the Hornet in Ace Combat 7. How that shit could be incredibly easy mode. This is that, but even fucking easier. That's just unfair, man. They made that criminally easy. Does anybody else show up in that mission? Was that it? Cause they're fucking dead, man. I think we wrecked them good.
Which game had Cypher showing up? I don't know, but I know the boss rush mode in 0 had Mobius 1 showing up at the end, and he was basically a fucking fairy. He was zipping around the screen like a fucking, like, he was actually powered by pixie dust. Okay, so... what's going on here, guys? Is that it? Was it really just... is that it? I'm honestly shocked. Is it really that? I want to take my own plane out then, because if that's it, I could do that in the active, I think. It was just Zoe and Phoenix. Is that it? Is that all the planes? A6 Aces of Aces mission. Did we do that? I don't remember if I did that. I must have. Yeah, it's just those two. Really? Well, alright then, I'm gonna do it for style points and we're done. I was expecting more. Like, I was expecting the onslaught that the boss rush mode in Ace Combat 0 is. Cause good lord, that was a thing. We get any? Ooh! That's kind of the NASA paint, but also blue. That's interesting. Huh. However, we're gonna do it. I gotta be the servant here. By the way, you unlock Scarface paint. Neat. Yeah, these are actually a terrible idea unless you want the fuckers to turn. However, getting them in the back seems to work out pretty well. Alright, so we have to be the servants here, because apparently, yeah, we don't actually have to kill Scarface or the Zone of Endless Plane? The original Falcon? You could just kill all the Falcons and the job's done. Well, we'll kill them all. Let's get out of here a little bit. But if I'm gonna do this in a, joyriding plane, it's gonna be this one. Though we could play into something stupid like the Nighthawk and probably get away with it. Oh, that's for you, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, there is way too much content in this game to cover. For just one person to really cover, I'd be here for like at least a month, playing the game with a playthrough of every single plane, doing this, mastering the different subunit, like special weapons that they each get. This is actually, like I said, the sleeper hit of the franchise in terms of gameplay, and wow, fuck, wrecked. Actually, shit, I accidentally pressed the AMRAM button, my mistake. Okay, those are really good in head-ons. Well, at close range. You gotta get them close, though. So, you could be here for fucking ever. And, as I said, this is the sleeper hit of the franchise in terms of gameplay and content. The story is probably the weakest. But it has to stand next to games that have no fucking story, like AC 1 and 2. So it's not the worst of the franchise in terms of story, it's just that it feels like it could have been more, but it's kind of just acceptable, maybe a little phoned in. But again, we've had worse in the franchise, so it's not like it's the worst thing ever. But the gameplay, aside from the, the hitches here and there, the gameplay is fantastic for a portable game, too. And then on top of that, like, the amount of shit that you get to play around with is fantastic. So this is one of the best Ace Combat games in everything except, well, the story. There's no giant memes here. And that guy got a fucking really good off the rails mark. The fucking wyverns they heard me talking shit, and now they're all uppity. Look at this guy serpentining the fuck around. Get the fuck back here. Nope. Ah! Son of a bitch! Now, this is gonna be a problem because I know the wyverns are gonna, or the falcons are gonna get a shot off on me. I don't know how I'm gonna take that. but I have to let the wyverns stay alive long enough for Scarface and Zoda to spawn. Here we go. Okay, so if you can get him, yeah, if you can get him to turn, there's a window of opportunity where they can just front off, you know, just absolutely just neglect the missile and go fuck yourself. Oh boy, here we go. I heard it. Son of a bitch. That's good. Well, good. Yep, nope, there it is. Okay. Okay, so the close. Oh boy. You do not want to be in front of him while he's doing that. It's a shotgun. Okay, good. That's the AMRAMs. They're done. Okay, now we got to deal with Scarface and the Zone of Endless play. All right, let's do it, Gramps. Motherfucker, I played your game. I wear your pin. He's still alive. Holy shit. Done. All right, Gramps is out. Where's Zoe? There he is. Who we also do not want to fuck with. Yeah, you better turn away from that, you son of a bitch. Oh, shit. I think he activated his laser. Yeah, he did. Okay, so we don't want to be in front of him no more. The other one's lining up on me. Ooh, woo! Fuck! Ah! Damn it!
Oh no, he's been shot down.
The one time I needed to get the fuck out of the way. Alright, you sons of bitches. Fine. Fine, I'm doing it here, because I know I can do it. This is actually really easy. This is actually way less difficult than I thought. And now we know a trick. Get him real close and then... That's the no escape zone! Also, they don't kill Forgatas in one hit. No. There's actually a fucking bottled no escape zone. Ow! Son of a fucking bitch. I had that fucking Zone of Endless goddamn fucking Grunder son of a bitch. Of course, he has a... And that's the thing. I would have taken out the other Falcon, no problem. However, I can't, because I have to leave him there to fight him. Which is horse shit. But I suppose scripting limitations. I suppose that's an engine limitation. They had to have somebody, they have to have something there in order to keep the mission going, because if there's no mission, you know, there's no trigger then to keep them spawning. There's probably, or they just wanted to be dicks and challenges like that. You had to keep the Falcon alive and therefore exist under the threat of having to be hit by a Falcon. Okay, get some distance even though we're not getting too much distance here. Switch those AMRAMs. However, they're all fucking trailing behind me now. Because the AI is fucking cheating like that. Assholes. There's one. Nope. So there is actually a no escape zone that you can't see, but you kind of have to guess it, where the AI can't react fast enough to turn away from the AMRAM. missile, honestly, but it's probably, well, the AMRAAM's gonna be able to launch like, at a longer range. But you launch too long, and they have plenty of room to dodge. Yep. Those are off-center. See, that guy too close to dodge that. So actually, you should be using them as head-on missiles. At least if you've got somebody in front aspect. See, being a little bit off of the side means that the missile's just gonna trash, which is annoying. It's almost like they're notching. Which might have been the intent, but we kinda know that this... There's something funny going on here, either intentionally or not, but... It kind of winds up accidentally being more realistic like that. What a son of a bitch. I thought that for sure was gonna hit you, but oh well. Alright, here we go. God damn it, I have to be in front aspect. Remember, we do not want to be in front of the in front of the Vulcans when they do their Vulcan things. Scarface is going to show up any second. Oh. Side aspect, he's not going to turn in fast enough. See, almost coming in on side on like that is just not going to work. Oh, here we go. Keep turning. Do not let him get a fucking beat on us. He's that one. Do not let him get in front of us. Done. Okay. Raps, where the fuck are you? Okay, they're coming in both at the same time. Okay, let's go. Oh, got you. Yeah, fucking tricky son of a bitch. They've definitely got code to dodge. You know, head-on strikes like that. Got you. Got you. All right, let's go, Gramps. Okay, I've got to. Obviously, you hear him launching missiles. Good fucking god. Oh, we do not want to be in front of the Falcon. He does his laser thing, so we're gonna sit behind the Falcon until he stops doing his laser thing. We're just gonna sit by. He's good. Okay, now we can go kill Gramps. Scarface, where the fuck are you? Ah! I do not, you see, one missile was fine, not all four of them. You son of a bitch. God damn it. I heard the laser. Get the fuck in there. Good. Done! Where the fuck is that last Falcon? Eat shit and die! Eat shit and die! Eat shit and die! Track! Yeah! Whew. Alright, there's my servant. I am the best. The best! The best! The best! Dueling my own allies because obviously I got called out. Because that's totally what happened there, because the Vosh ain't producing shit like that. Okay. So I did it in bullshit planes and not bullshit planes. That's much more limited than I expected it to be, though. But we're done! That's Ace Combat X. I like this game. I like it a lot. It's an extremely... Like, this is on a fucking portable plane, man. Jesus fucking Christ almighty. Remember what I said. I could have played this game when I had a PSP, but my uncle lost the disc. I feel like this probably would have been my favorite game on the PSP had I actually gotten to play it. But wow, this is good, man. No Fenrir? That requires S ranking everything, and you know what, ladies and gentlemen? You can go get the Fenrir, right? I gotta leave content for you, right? You can go get the fucking Fenrir. I got everything but the Fenrir, but no, it's ace difficulty. Some other time. I thought it was just beating ace. Somebody told me it was S ranking every mission, but okay. A 5th playthrough of the game, guys? A 5th it's 12 o'clock, we gotta call it here anyway, but we'll think about that. Right, so we'll think about that. I want to move on to X2 and play Assault Horizon, Plus, but we'll think about that, because it wouldn't take too long if we're speedrunning, but it basically just means, it comes down to, the missions don't get any more difficult, it's just, don't get hit once. That's what it is. It's one hit mode. That's what it is in every Ace Combat, and that's basically what it is. So, we could do that. However, today we are done. Thank you for joining me, ladies and gentlemen. That is the vast majority of Ace Combat X. This is a very good entry in the series, and like I said, the only downsides is it's on a console you can't really play anymore. Emulation solves that, though, and thank you for Super Ostrich for making the texture packs for this to make it even better. But it's on a dead console. You can get around that, though, but it's also got the weakest story, I think, out of any competent Ace Combat. It's not horrible, it's not terrible, it's just really weak to the point of being just acceptable. It's not gonna drag down the experience. However, I kind of feel like this series has done more memorable shit with its story. You could have thrown in a couple of memes here aside from, the military-industrial complex throwing you planes out, right out of the gate. Your super awesome 6th generation fighters literally by the 3rd mission. So, it's Ace Combat 4 Plus South America Edition. Kind of. I feel like it could have been better in the story department, but it's just acceptable, and it's not negatively impacting how you play the game. Like, it's not bad in any regard. It's not negatively affecting you. I just feel like there's something missing there. But taken as it is, without questing for something that isn't there, the game is, at worst acceptable, at best, fucking amazing in every other department, especially for a portable game. So, guys, it's free. PPSSPP is also free. It may not technically be free, but it's abandonware technically. You could download it on archive.fucking.org. It's basically public domain at this point. Really? There's no reason not to play this now if you have a controller and a PC. So if you're a fan of Ace Combat, you really should play this game. It's not the best Ace Combat ever, but it's definitely an experience and definitely an enjoyable sort of diversion. Even with it being a handheld title, and that's actually really something here. Even our handheld, well, not all the handheld titles for Ace Combat were absolutely amazing. This one is shockingly good for it being an offshoot and a portable game at that. So, hats off to the guys who made this. This was a good one. OST, the OST is alright. I definitely feel like that's another thing that kind of got bit crunched. There's definitely no zeros here, or something like astoundingly memorable, but it's definitely got a nice soundtrack. It's just that, kind of like the story, it can be kind of forgettable most of the time. There are some high notes for like the major elements, but nothing that honestly in my head would clear this game and like ascend it, like shit like Avalon in fucking Ace Combat 0. We've got nothing of that caliber here, unfortunately. So that's a little weak, but it's not bad. It's just, acceptable in a game series that's so fucking good that acceptable is already heads and shoulders above, even average to good normal games. It's still great, even when it's just kind of phoned in a bit. But technical limitations most likely saw to this, but gameplay is here. It's here in spades, man. Like, this is probably one of the largest playing rosters I've ever seen in an Ace Combat game. The fidelity of the gameplay is effectively on par with Ace Combat 4, really, in terms of how detailed it is. The missions can be kind of simplistic, I suppose, but really, I feel like there's just a little bit of
There's something in Ace Combat 4, there's a presence that isn't here, which is kind of sad, but gameplay-wise, it's all here. It's fantastic, and the worse it is just kind of phoned in a little bit. But then again, phoned in by Aces is still fucking amazing by normal standards, so... I think Skycrawlers is weaker, honestly, having played the two back-to-back. Skycrawlers, I feel like, is a weaker game than this. So, that should say something. Skycrawlers was enjoyable, but that felt way more limited, and that's a console release. That felt way more limited than this. So, that should tell you something about how this can actually outshine, actual console, editions being a fucking PSP game. So... I like this game. I want to move on to Ace Combat 2, or X2 and the other games. We'll see about doing a Fenrir run, because I know what we're in for with that. That's just, don't get hit. Don't get hit once. And I think we can game that too by just having the jammer field, honestly. I think you'd probably just fucking cheese that with a jammer field. With the jammer field and speed running the missions. That I think we can do. So, that I don't think would be terribly difficult, but that's for another day, ladies and gentlemen. It's 12:30. I'm done. That's our show for this evening. I hope you enjoyed it. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. I have been your host, Phontomen. I will see you next time.